Everybody good? Everyone. Good evening and welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council business meeting this evening. Today is Tuesday, October the 3rd, 2023. It is 6 p.m. and we are in the community wing of City Hall. I would now ask if you would all rise and join me in our pledge, and please stand. You're welcome to remain standing for a moment of silence to reflect, meditate, pray, or pause for a moment. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. We'll now move to the public participation.
Roll call.
I'm sorry, roll call.
Mayor Alphen.
Present.
Vice Mayor Danko.
Here.
Councilmember Hyder.
Present.
Councilmember Clufus.
Present.
Councilmember Pontieri. Present. All members are present.
Thank you. Now we'll move to the public participation segment of the agenda. In order for city staff to be able to respond to your questions or concerns, please fill out a comment card with your contact information. The comment cards can be found on the table near the agendas or available from the Communications and Marketing Director seated in the back. Anyone wishing to speak may approach the podium, provide their name, and may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please direct all comments to the mayor, be concise and to the point, avoid delaying or interrupting the proceedings, and do not make any irrelevant, impertinent, or slanderous comments. Any person who becomes disorderly may be barred from making any additional comments and may be removed. So with that, I would invite the first speaker to come to the podium, please. Yes, ma'am.
Jessica Matthews, 2 Sligo Mill Court. A wise man taught me to always stand up for what's right, protect your family, and defend your property. That's why I'm here tonight referencing the Cascade Project in Seminole Woods. I am against approval and annexation of county land into the city to increase density that will increase traffic to our already taxing and overwhelmed infrastructure. I am against the destruction of wetlands that are home to the wildlife and also acts as a natural retention basin for water to prevent flooding. I am against doubling the size of this project that was zoned for 416 single-family residents to now allow up to 850 houses and apartments, which affects the privacy, quality of life, safety of my family, and decreases my house home value. I have lived in Palm Coast for 33 years. Our family moved here from Long Island. I grew up here, went to school here, purchased a home, and I'm raising my family here. I have been in the fire service for the last 22 years, and I started out as an explorer right here in Palm Coast. My husband is a police officer and in the military. We have a 12-year-old daughter in Flagler County schools. I am proud to be a Palm Coast resident, and I love this city so much, and that is why we bought here, not closer to our jobs. I'm sure at the end of a long day, you come home and decompress with your family, relax, or something that you love to do. For first responders, we see things that you could never imagine in your worst nightmares. We come home and decompress by relaxing in our backyards with our loved ones and enjoying time off of work. If you do this zoning, you are going to be taking the quiet, calm, and peace of our neighborhood away from us. This development will overlook my backyard. With increased population density, you also have increased calls for fire, EMS, police, which are already stretched thin. These guys do an amazing job, and you're running them ragged. Our first due fire engine, if they're on a call, our second due is 9 minutes away. Try holding your breath for 9 minutes. That station is the busiest in Palm Coast, so we have to pray that they're available. Marketing this as workforce housing is very shameful. To say that these apartments are being built for fire, police, and teachers is smoke and mirrors to the community members. I don't know one single person in any of those careers in Palm Coast that is homeless. It's complete smoke and mirrors. Apartments have vacancies all over Palm Coast. One complex just opened and it's 98% open. 2% is actually occupied. Seminole Woods and Charter Woods, actually 30 of their units are open. The mayor last week gave me his card and told me to call Kendra, and he told me he would actually come to my house and schedule a meeting and walk the neighborhood to see what my issues were. I called Kendra, no fault to her, and she stated that the mayor was advised by the city attorney not to meet with me due to the possibility of voting on this. I want to remind you that you work for us. You don't work for the developer, you don't work for the construction companies. You said you were going to meet with me, you didn't. And I want an explanation of why that happened.
Thank you. Okay. I thank the speaker for the comments. Now, with regard to those that are attending, I'm going to ask you to show respect to the following speakers. So please, there is no applause. This is not a rally of some kind. Show the same respect that you would want to be shown for your comments, or I'll call the meeting. So please, let's provide the decorum that each of the speakers that would like to get up and address City Council deserves this evening. So with that, I would ask the next speaker to please come forward. Yes.
Mayor, can I interject here just for a minute? Okay. I feel it's necessary to maybe explain to the members of the public, because it's obvious that there's multiple people here. I think about the same matter, which the first speaker spoke of, the Cascades project. I just want to give a quick rundown of the situation, and I hope you all will understand what's happening here. So this item came before the City Council a couple meetings ago on first reading, and it came in two ways: for a zoning application and for a comprehensive plan application. Comprehensive plan applications are what's called legislative matters. That means that the City Council can pass a comp plan change through a process that comes before City Council twice. After the first reading, it's sent off to the state of Florida. The state of Florida reviews it and then sends comments if the state of Florida has any comments back. And the city then reviews them, can make changes, and then it comes back to City Council. But this is what's called a legislative matter, and that means that the City Council can hear public comment on this matter at any time, okay? It's like any other policy decision that they make. However, there's also a rezoning matter, and rezoning matters are different. They're not legislative. They require a special process that's called quasi-judicial, and you can probably tell by the term quasi-judicial, it means kind of judicial. It means that the City Council up here has to basically have a hearing to decide whether or not to approve the project. So with quasi-judicial matters, they require what's called due process, okay? And there are special notices that are sent out. There's a special procedure that you have to follow. All of this is laid out in the state statute, number one. And in the city's code, number two, and the city is absolutely required to follow that process, okay? So for the rezoning matter for Cascades, we are in the middle of that process. It started with the first reading, and it will end with the second reading of the ordinance. Now, I can't tell you that you can't make public comment, because you absolutely can. But what I can tell you is, if you do make public comment tonight as to the rezoning matter, the City Council members cannot use those comments in their determination for the rezoning matter. And I'll tell you why. It's called ex parte communications, and if any of you have been here in other meetings and heard quasi-judicial cases come through, before the meeting starts, I always ask the council members, have you had any ex parte communications? And what that means is, have you talked to anyone about this matter outside of this hearing? Because now we're in a hearing. And if they have, the City Council members have to disclose what they talked about, who they spoke with, and whether or not it will influence their decision. And the reason why they have to do that is because when you're in a quasi-judicial matter, you can only take evidence from what's presented to you on that matter on that day, at that noticed meeting. The applicant is required to be there, so the applicant can answer questions and defend their case, and we have to follow this due process. So with that being said, while you have a right to public comment, absolutely, but what you say with regard to the rezoning matter could potentially jeopardize any decisions that are made by the city, because the applicant can come back and say, wait a minute, we weren't there to defend ourselves, and you talked about it outside of the meeting. So if you do decide to come up, it may be best for your position if you kept your comments specific to the comprehensive plan matter, which you can speak about. And then the city council, since we've obviously already had one speaker that referenced the rezoning, is going to have to disclose that at the second public hearing for the rezoning matter. And I know this is a lot to understand when you're not used to dealing with this all the time, but that is the reason, for example, why the first member of the public mentioned that the mayor called me, and I said, well, you shouldn't be meeting outside of this hearing. If you do, you have to disclose it ex parte. We don't want anything to compromise the validity and the legality of the quasi-judicial proceeding for the rezoning. So I understand you're all very passionate about this, and I absolutely understand that. I think all your comments would really get more bang for your buck if you came to the second public meeting on this matter, which there's not a date set because, as I told you before, it had to be sent to the state, and we have to wait to the state to bring us comments back, and then we can set it, but probably sometime in November, I would say. They have 30 days to review, and then we have to meet our notice requirements. Like I said, you're welcome to speak today. I'm not at all telling you not to speak, but what I am telling you is that your comments and the city council can actually take your comments and use them in making their decision for the rezoning at the quasi-judicial matter when it comes back for second reading. Are there any questions from city council?
City council members, any
Okay.
questions for attorney?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that. So with that, I would invite the next speaker to please come forward. Thank you.
Peter Johnson, Palm Coast. I just want to start off on a side note real quick. The city needs to do their job and disclose that. That's not on the residents to not speak. If they need to disclose that and that has to be done, then the city can do so and move forward. You shouldn't be suppressing the voices of the residents. Following that, I want to start off by saying that I stand in solidarity with these residents who came to speak tonight in the opposition to this gas
I'm
case.
sorry, did you?
Peter Johnson, Palm
Peter
Coast.
Johnson.
Yes,
sorry.
sir. I came tonight to stand in solidarity with all the residents who came to speak in opposition to the Cascades project on Seminole Woods Boulevard. Rezoning, annexing, changing the density of a project, and voting directly against the wishes of the residents. The current residents in this city has unfortunately become the norm. And while I live on the complete opposite side of Palm Coast, these are still my neighbors. And overcrowding and reckless development is an issue that's taking place not just in Seminole Woods, but all over the city right now. That is why it was extremely concerning to me when a resident brought to my attention from a relative from out of state that the city of Palm Coast aired a television commercial, which I found out through public records request, cost the city no less than $28,900. This commercial, in partnership with Pioneer Production Services, which can now easily be found on the city's YouTube page, and if everyone hasn't seen it, I encourage them to go watch it for themselves, was aired primetime on numerous major networks such as CNN, MSNBC, in addition to being aired in other prime markets, reaching 84 million homes nationwide, touting things. This is the best, like an agreeable regulatory board, and Palm Coast is a city on the rise with no sign of slowing down. You know, Mayor, at the first meeting, you sat here and you said to Ms. Pontieri that she was incorrect when she said that the residents of Palm Coast feel this way. And I agree with you. She was incorrect because all of the residents of Palm Coast don't feel this way, but 95% of them do. And I've been out there talking to people, and I stand behind that number. Second, If the council was so agreeable, why is it so hard to work with the residents of this town who have to come up here and beg and plead for the city to adhere to their own code and processes? This isn't something that exists when it comes to residential development. You stated that there are businesses in this city begging for people to work when arguing with Ms. Pontieri. So where is the high-quality workers that your television commercial promises to the incoming businesses if we don't have enough people to fill the jobs that are already here? You then asked if you thought the impact fees are not being assessed properly. So if there's no issue with the impact fees that are being assessed properly, then there is an either complete lack of oversight and gross mismanagement, or quite frankly, a willful ignorance when it comes to managing our tax dollars. Because those tax dollars are not being spent in the public's best interest. The fact that there was a forensic audit that has even been discussed should have helped to open your eyes to the lack of trust, transparency, and the perception that the city board faces. If all of these are uncomfortable conversations, like you said, that you're afraid of having, then I suggest you keep the city council meetings at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday. If not, change it to 6 p.m. and watch all these people show up and watch the residents' voice be heard.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. Up, please. Next speaker, please.
Robert McDonald, Palm Coast. I'm going to throw some numbers at you, so try to grasp my numbers. 14, that's a very important number. That's the amount of parks that we have in this city, 14. Now, fortunately, I have a grandson who's here tonight, and he's perfectly healthy. He's moving around, doing everything he's supposed to do. But there's a lot of little kids in this city that weren't born that lucky. And I'm not talking about kids that have like a walking disability or a hearing disability or a speech disability. I'm talking about kids that were born with no arms, no legs, a half of a head. We don't do jack squat for those families of those kids because they can't go to one of those 14 parks because we don't have the capability of taking care of them. A couple of months ago, I came here and I talked about the parks. Holland Park. What a white elephant that is, but we'll talk about that later. No facilities for little kids. None. Ralph Carter. They got a couple of little swings, but you got to hope that you don't find drug paraphernalia all over the park. Because we're going to change the name of that park to Needle Park. Yeah, people laugh, but when their kids come home with a needle, they're not going to laugh. So I'm asking the city, instead of spending $5 million that you're going to vote later to fix something that should have been fixed 2 years ago at the water park at Holland Park, why don't we spend a little bit of money and take care of the kids that, unfortunately, were not born with everything they're supposed to have. Remember, we're all going to be gone. We'll all be up in God knows where. But when those little kids grow up, including my Nathan, he's going to remember what you did or didn't do. So instead of worrying about parks and paddleball and pickleball, why don't we spend some of that money and put it towards creating more tools, more toys for the kids to play with that are not born with everything that they need to have. Please, take care of our kids. That's the least you can do.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name's Steve Sequero. I'm an 18-year full-time resident of the city. I'd like to address the city's logic with all the land clearing and development. The challenge with this logic is that 20 years ago, the city irresponsibly, but with good intention, cleared town center anticipating a growth explosion that didn't happen. 20 years later, hundreds, if not thousands of those acres remain barren. That's 20 years of indigenous, lost, and displaced wildlife, of land that is still largely undeveloped. Even the infrastructure of town center needs attention. There are sidewalk issues. Driving to the meeting tonight, I passed a light standard that's been down for months, laying on the ground across the sidewalk. Now you've cleared more land, displaced more wildlife. That's evident from the amount of roadkill you see on the roads. Building multifamily housing that our road infrastructure is not built to support, and frankly, we don't have the employment to support all of this. And that'll eventually put additional pressures on our social services. Meanwhile, there's a lack of commitment bringing higher paying industries to our city. This lack of commitment is ironic, Mayor Alphen, because the vast majority of what you've been trying to do as mayor has to do with land development and real estate, which is ironically your very industry and career. So now, realizing that you're overbuilding, your solution is to quietly spend taxpayer dollars on a commercial and air it in cities like New York. I'm curious if you or any other realty company that had knowledge of this commercial are advertising in those same markets. Will you promise us that you will not? Because the optics of this is not only not good, it's bad. My taxes increase so that you can advertise for your industry and further your career. I assure you, drive around the city with me for an hour, and I'll find you better places to spend 28 grand. In the meantime, you secured even more money from the state to clear more land and displace more wildlife west of Route 1. And back in the already developed parts of our city, things are slowly being neglected and deteriorating. Swales need to be rehabilitated. Retention ponds are filling with trash. Storm drainage issues need to be addressed. Visibility at intersections are blocked by overgrowth. And school kids need a safe place to stand and wait for the bus, not in the street. This slick, quiet move with the commercial that y'all have made leaves the impression that you are putting your own interests ahead of the tax-paying residents of this city that pay you. You are our employee. And representing our city as mayor, if that is not your full-time job and commitment, then you need not draw a full-time salary of my tax dollars. I support slow, steady growth.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Bruce Stone, C-section. We're going to go back to safety and traffic. My wife drove into the Shell station off Old Course Road, Kings Road, and there were potholes all over the place. Brand new car, high-end car, took out the entire tire. When we got towed back to Ford, they said, "You're very fortunate. There's no under damage." We called the city, your receptionist, I don't know who you could talk to. Your engineering department actually outright lied. Told me that it's not a city street. I looked it up on the state website for business licenses, since I have several of them there, and they located the developer. He sent me a full diagram whose responsibility it was. He says, "I feel sorry for you. I'm going to cut you a check, but I'm going to get city higher up level people to fix the damn street." They were down there the following day. Florida Park Drive, second light, massive, massive hole. And I was told because of the gas station, there were several damages done. Thank God no one was hurt. Thirdly, the rainstorm, Saturday, coming out of Publix. You could not enter or go out on Old Kings Road. It was like a flood storm. Called the police at 8:15 in the morning. They called me back. They said, "We notified the city." Came back there at 4 o'clock, same flood, nothing fixed. Called the police, "Mr. Stone, we notified the city 3 times, it's not now our fault, if they don't respond. And we're gonna go back to Simmer Drive. Same problem for 5 years. And while you state the average speed is 32.1, how is there 167 tickets in 18 months? You explain that. You need a whole new staff.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Felicia Fernandez. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, local moms, and their families here in Palm Coast. We are eager to see the Holland Park splash pad up and running. This is such a distinctive, safe, and enjoyable spot for our young children in our community. After the much-anticipated grand opening, it was always filled with families of Palm Coast. During this time, it was the most used amenity and talked about play area that we have in our beautiful city. Even people from neighboring counties traveled to see the splash pad because it was so unique and located in the best spot in the city. It has been heartbreaking to watch the splash pad become inoperable. Growing up here, I remember this city was still a town and it did not have enough places for kids to play. My own children and so many families constantly ask about the status of the splash pad because they're looking forward to it being a safe place to spend time and play. I always feel saddened when people say there is nothing for our children to do in Palm Coast when there is such a huge potential to keep our families local. I believe that little one wants a splash pad, see? I believe that restoring the splash pad would be a significant amenity to all the young families that are rapidly growing in this community and will contribute greatly to tourism. So please, let's get the splash pad fixed and ready to use so we can call Holland Park Splash Pad the best free activity for children and families in Palm Coast and all of North Florida. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Jeffrey Seibe. The City Council has reviewed information recently on both the saltwater and freshwater canals. I have spoken to the council regarding the saltwater canals before. Both systems need attention. So I am speaking now about our freshwater canals that serve as a critical attribute of our city, not only for our safety as flood protection, but also as a community asset that, because of the canal's presence everywhere, it has to be for us something more than a big drainage ditch. The system has to provide for us residents a dual purpose, which I am calling the flow and the look. The flow is the amount of water going through the system. The look is what we see. The flow of water in the freshwater canals is a function of the amount of runoff from our homes and businesses, and the capacity and the ability of the canal system to protect our homes and neighborhoods from flooding, and that the system we have can be called upon to successfully handle even extreme weather events that could have a negative impact on our city. What is happening right now is an example of a system that looks to be struggling to keep up with the increased amount of water present in our neighborhoods due to weather events, which we have no say in, and development events, which, well, do we have a say in? As the number of vacant lots are converted to homes and businesses, the runoff load increases. What we have at this time is a system that needs some work, and we need it done sooner rather than later. That's the flow. The stormwater canals and their associated feeder elements like the swales and the larger drainage ditches make up a portion of our neighborhood environments. This is the look. The look involves the appearance of the canals as a visual asset found all around us that should contribute to the appreciation of our community. In order to do that, the system must retain a natural appearance. In addition, the look is dependent on the health of the waterways. Too much fertilizer, too many pesticides, too much road pollution, all have a negative impact on the health of the canals. And the health of the canals is displayed by the appearance of the canals. The flow and the look is an important thing. It takes a lot, but we can do it if we all work together. I hope we do that.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Stephen Matthews, 2 Sligo Mill Court. My wife was the first speaker, and I echo everything she said. I'd like to start off by saying our family is a public safety household. I know the council person up there spoke about the fact that we can't speak on certain things, but we're here now. So this rezoning will absolutely affect my family, well-being, the property in a negative way, along with the neighbors of Palm Coast. This project was planned years ago for single-family homes. My issue with this project is the density of population that it will have with the apartments, along with the effect it will have on my property and life. Traffic. Seminole Woods is 4 lanes, and when it goes down to 2 lanes, right where this project is taking place, we, the residents, will feel the effect of the traffic. By adding this development, drive time to work and from will increase. It sometimes takes multiple cycles to go through that simple intersection, US 1 and Seminole Woods. Crime will increase, like anything else. You add more people, you attract the wrong people. The population will feel the effect of it. Law enforcement is already overstretched. The sheriff himself asked for 4 more deputies. The presence of deputies is never seen. It's not their fault, but they have to cover more areas, all the way up to St. Johns County, US 1, all that area is hundreds of homes built over there. Flooding, we continue to build, but the water has nowhere to go. With increased flooding in Seminole Woods has affected properties, pep tanks. Just this past weekend, we had, I was told by one of the workers that came out on Saturday, or I believe Sunday, it was 150 calls just in that area, and they couldn't keep up. Schools are overcrowded. Don't have enough bus drivers because the pay sucks, like we all know, but we can't keep up with the growth. We can't have enough, we don't have enough buildings, we don't have enough schools, but yes, so we're adding more homes, so where the parents and these kids are going to work and live, at school, sorry. The infrastructure is severely lacking in our city. Lights were installed in Seminole Woods several months ago that don't even work. It doesn't make any sense. They install all these lights in Seminole Woods, but it doesn't work. The sidewalks flood every time there's light rain. I saw a gentleman running on Seminole Woods a couple mornings ago on my way to work, 6 in the morning. It was so flooding on the sidewalk, he's running the roadway. The median looks disgusting, but it doesn't look that way on the north end. I don't know what the issue is. Seminole Woods is a forgotten part of Palm Coast for some odd reason. But yet still, we want to build. So again, you don't work for the developers, you don't work for the people that don't live here yet, you work for us, the taxpayers, who voted for you when you said you care about the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Either one.
Hello, Joy Cook. I live in Slipper Trail over in Seminole Woods. What I'm really truly concerned about, besides everything that I echo with Jessica and her husband, I'm against the unstable market that is currently going to be created with this development. Palmcombe housing has been trending going downwards, 8.2% since August. Sales are listed at 2 point low below the asking price. In August, our market has slightly dropped off of the seller market into a stable market. With the likelihood of the federal interest rate increasing in December, the market will go down drastically. We will have a large inventory just sitting there, putting us into a buyer's market or even a market crash. We must slow down. This is tragic. If you have not been in here, back in the day when it was 2008 and we had that crash, we had foreclosures, and all around Florida there were skeleton developers because most of them lost their contracts due to not being able to develop. Okay? I am sure you've read my 8-page response concerning this development. There are other issues and concerns that we will not address at this matter, but my family and I reside in the east side of the proposed development, which was not on the plan, which was shown at the last council meeting. We have no natural vegetation buffer in the back of our fence. The development property line will be exactly 80 feet from my fence. The lawyer told us at the last meeting that there would be no natural buffer on the side. Even if apartment buildings are 80 feet from the setback, we will still be looking up at a 60-foot building. We do not know how many of them will be built, where the clubhouse will be, the amenities, the dog parks, the maintenance buildings, and where the entrance will be located. Our concerns is what that comes from apartment complexes. Houses values drop, noise, crime, traffic, flood and pollution, dog park noise, smells, unfriendly tenants, disturbance of sleep due to the noise and the lighting, garbage containers, construction, maintenance, and property moving trucks in and out constantly, insurance. And that's the other thing, I'm gonna go back to what I first said. With all this overcrowding, the risk that comes to a Palm Coast owner now is the higher our insurance, homeowners insurance will go, and our car insurance will go due to the increase and the risk. It is not right that all this development is happening all at once so fast. You really need to look at what's going to happen in the future and stop looking at what's happening now and what you're putting through. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jasper Janoski.
Thank you.
So I was born in Florida and have lived in Palm Coast my whole life. When I became a teenager, I wanted to ride my bike to get around Palm Coast. However, I soon came to realize that riding a bike in Palm Coast is very dangerous. Sometimes cars do not yield to me, and also since cars can make a right turn on red, I don't know if they're going to stop for me or not. It's unsafe for me to bike to the grocery store or library school, and riding a bike to the DSC Palm Coast campus is only 80% possible because the sidewalk stops at where Cobra Lane and Palm Coast Parkway intersect. Additionally, I want to bring awareness to speeding in residential streets and creating more middle housing, adding on to the multi-family housing that's already being implemented. With mixed-use zoning, making Palm Coast more bikeable would also benefit adults who want to ride a bike or can't financially afford a car. I know I'm asking for a lot, but one thing I would like to accomplish is continue the sidewalk to the DSC Palm Coast campus, starting with the little things. I also understand there are rules and procedures to follow, so who may I contact who can help me get started advocating for this? That's it.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
James D. This idea I read about of annexing Malcombra Park, I don't know what that would accomplish. I don't know if it would add additional taxes burden to us or not, but the beaches in Flagler Beach are sufficient for our tourists and guests. Malcombra has always been a kind of a secret place for the locals to enjoy. So ultimately, I fear annexing will lead to developing into the resort or overpopularizing it. So other than keeping the bathrooms clean and emptying the trash, let's just leave it alone and let's enjoy it as it is. Now, on the subject of multifamily houses, yes, I know someone who's having a 4-story built behind them. You don't want to see the dozens of windows looking back. It's bad enough seeing a 2-story house behind me with a couple windows, let alone dozens of windows looking back at you. Any of these high-rises, multifamilies, should be only 2 stories high, and I noticed a lot of them you're keeping them kind of isolated, which is good, away from proximity of the single-family homes. But we should really put a stop to it. We want single-family homes, and we don't want these multifamilies in our single-family neighborhoods because it just ruins the view. It ruins our small-town look. And we like to see treetops, not tall rooftops and high windows looking back at us. And, you know, what they're doing in Flagler Beach, putting a hotel 2 stories right in the middle of town, that's terrible. That's the kind of thing we don't want. Next, I want to support, I changed my mind from last month, I support the forensic audit because sometimes you need another set of eyes to evaluate your operation. And if it costs something, pay for it out of the salary of the sustainability officer's position, which we don't need. And if the backyard chicken guy is here, he said there was an article that says the chickens devaluate your house value. Well, I think having pets inside your house devalues it, because if you walk into a house to buy it, a used house to buy it, and they have cats or dogs, you know those carpets are shot, and you have to replace all those carpets. I have someone who cleans my carpets every year, and 3 years after our last dog died, he's still pulling up hair. So it's animals in general, inside animals, that will devalue it, not chickens in the backyard. And they don't make as much noise as the dog 5 houses, 6 houses down is yapping all day long in the backyard. And I can't leave without mentioning turning lanes I'm not going to go on to it. I found a few more places that would benefit, and as always, you're welcome to ride along with me to see where they're needed. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Courtney McDonald, Palm Coast. So I know multiple people have brought up the parks and our kids, because like Robert said, these kids are the future. These kids are going to be all up there within 18 years, if not more. So I noticed something as he was getting a little antsy. By the door, there's purple ribbons. I know every ribbon represents something. But we currently have 27 children in our hometown, not Flagler County, but our hometown, fighting childhood cancer of some sort. 27. When we first started getting involved with the organization, it was in maybe the 5s or the 10s. Now there is 27. That is 27 families too many that have to worry every night when they put their child to bed that they will never see their child again. We just had one last year pass away. So now we have 4 Palm Coast children that cannot be children anymore. Where something's got to give. We just had a big 5K in City Hall, in Town Center again, and it was great. But again, not one city representative was there to show these families that you care. And I know you all personally care, but you have to start showing it. Because if you don't start showing it, these kids are not gonna want to go and play in the, if you don't care about the parks, the kids aren't gonna want to play in the parks. Because I'm not putting my 1.5-year-old son in a park that a drug deal is going down right next door. Our kids can't play football on these fields because the fields are flooded. They have missed weeks and weeks, and parents are paying hundreds of dollars a season for these kids to play, and they can't play. So we need to fix something for our kids, because I now, as his mom, am looking at these things going, you know what? My kid can't play in a park because I don't know if it's safe. And now we don't have a city that supports our kids that are sick. Because one day those kids are going to be, like I said, up there to replace all of you. Or your kids are going to be playing in those parks. We got to do something for these kids and for these kids' families. Because there is no support in the city for our kids. We're all worried about the pickleball courts and the tennis courts and all of that. The 5-year-olds are not playing pickleball. They're playing soccer, and they can't play soccer like they want. And we have to explain to them that they can't go play soccer because the fields are flooded. Got to do something for these kids.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Alpha, and members of the council. My name is Samuel Somalia. I live on Sea Shark Path. I'm a Flagler County school bus driver and a regular of Seminole and a member of Seminole Woods since 4.5 years ago. My quality of life will be directly affected if the proposed changes to the Cascades project on Seminole Woods Boulevard are approved. I am here tonight to make sure my elected officials understand the issues that my family, neighbors, and I are having with this proposed project. I stand in solidarity with those neighbors, friends, and fellow residents who also share my concerns about the out-of-control and reckless overdevelopment of Palm Coast, which is now going to directly affect me. So please, I'm asking you to listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I'm against doubling the size of this project that was originally for 416 single-family houses to now allow up to 850 houses and apartments, and possible restrictions that may be applied. I am against a 4-story building being placed in a location that will affect my home and the surrounding home's privacy. I'm against the hastily approved annexation of county land if it is going to lead to increased density in already overcrowded Palm Coast. I'm against the increased traffic this project will cause and add to the area, taxing our infrastructure and current residents even further. I'm against the destruction of pristine wetlands that not only serves as a home for our natural wildlife, but also acts as a natural retention basin for water to prevent flooding in surrounding neighborhoods, which we all seen on Saturday. I'm against the noise, dust, debris, heavy machinery, diesel fumes, loud engine, and all the other issues that would not only affect my quality of life, which include one's health, well-being, and safety, but also the value of my property. I see this every day on my school bus. Pollution, construction, machines, kids standing in the street, overcrowded buses, not enough drivers, not enough buses. Our buses are on back order. We can't get drivers. All the people that we hired this summer have left because of this job. You don't want to do my job. If you approve this, things are going to get worse, for sure. Things are bad, but they will get worse. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Yes.
Good evening. Greetings to all, esteemed Honorable Mayor Alphen, esteemed council members. My name is Liz Shanahan, and I moved into Seminole Woods in September of 2021. And second thing I want to say is I failed public speaking in college, so bear with me a little bit. I stand in solidarity with the other Seminole Woods residents with regards to the proposed building of apartments at the Cascades development. Apartment buildings, in my opinion, do not belong in strictly residential neighborhoods. At Cascades, the proposed 4-story buildings will be in front with little buffer. They will be an eyesore to all, especially the residents by Slipper, Sloganier, and Sesame. Their privacy will be undermined. Quality of life will be affected by this. Traffic, excuse me, traffic will be horrendous on Seminole Woods Parkway, and more so for the homeowners that live on the 2 lanes, one in each direction after the first Sesame Boulevard. More accidents will happen. It's a fact of life. It's already a speeder's paradise. There are absolutely no traffic lights on this street, and we're adding thousands of homes. More crimes will be committed. If the population increases, the number of crimes will also increase. The percentage may stay the same, but the numbers will go up. Wildlife is being forced to find new habitat. Those would be on all the unoccupied lots, obviously. With all the building being done in Sesame, in Seminole Woods, more sightings of venomous snakes, predatory animals are becoming an everyday occurrence. I read a post today that somebody now saw a monkey. I know there are monkeys in Florida, but they're coming in, they're finding new places to live. Let's see, infrastructure is already being taxed by this building happening all over Palm Coast. There are over 5,000 plus apartments already approved. We need more fire, police, sheriffs, EMS, schools, teachers, school buses, and more. What are your plans in short-term and long-term plans? What are your plans to attract professional businesses and industry to live and work in Palm Coast? That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. You have the power to listen to us and make the right decision.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
My name is Celia Douglas, and I'm a resident of Palm Coast since 1991. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm going to bring again this same issue regarding Florida Park Drive. Florida Park Drive has over 9,000 cars traveling every day. My girlfriend that still lives there, I broke a leg, and I was trying to walk her dog, helping in Florida Park Drive. I just went across from court, and I was terrified. I don't even know how people walk in Florida Park Drive. The traffic speeding next to those mailboxes, okay? And it's horrible. So I am going to insist to this council again that we need those 2 traffic calming islands for which we had to spend with engineering department over $163,000 of our hard-earned taxes to the given study that took place for traffic and for Lassiter for traffic and for the engineering design of the 2 beautiful islands for which we have pictures. We need those 2 islands. Worse now, because thanks to one of our city community developers, unfortunately, we are getting a Wawa. Hope not, but we're getting a Wawa on Florida Park Drive in the center of Palm Coast Parkway. That Wawa will add 300 vehicles per hour versus the 76 that we have now. And that will increase the traffic in Florida Park Drive. So we need these two traffic slowing islands. One other thing, I agree with these people that are asking for this splash park. My question is the same director that was in charge of the first blunt disaster of the 7 million splash park overseeing this new 3 million Sabonji contract? If that's the case, we need to rethink that. Who will be in charge? One other thing is that when these two islands were voted down by the current council, and if it's not this, will be the next council, we will continue insisting. It was suggested that $394,000 that will cost the two islands will be transferred to the road improvement. And then was decided by our engineering department to use 1.7 million of that, include that money, to repave, which was not needed, Seminole Woods. Seminole Woods didn't have a crack, didn't have a hole. All my friends, and including a council running candidate that lives there, says there was no need to repave Seminole Woods. I need our council to look into that. It's not micromanaging, it's what we need. You need to look in what are these contracts. Why did we have a $5 million over contract for the London Drive waterway when it was estimated by the Orlando firm that they decided to use as a consultant, right, that it would be only $4 million, ended up being $9 million. Thank you, Councilwoman Poncheri. Also, I have to appreciate...
Please direct your comments to me.
I have to appreciate our Councilwoman Poncheri, Mr. Alfin, for trying for the 98,000 citizens of Palm Coast to recover one of our oceanfront lifeguarded parks. The Palm Coast, the city of Palm Coast, with citizens don't have a lifeguarded
Celia, wrap it up.
beach. So I appreciate that.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Steve Carr, Palm Coast. Yes, Florida Park Drive has gotten a lot more traffic and it's a lot more speeding going on there. We really need some help. But I heard somebody mention the comprehensive plan. And I think that it's worth mentioning that in the comprehensive plan, policy 3.3.5.2 says the city shall develop neighborhood compatibility criteria which shall be utilized by the city to review applicants for future land use, map amendments, rezoning, special exceptions, to ensure that proper land uses in development do not adversely impact existing residential areas. I think that all of us feel like we're being adversely impacted by a lot of things that's happening within the city. Also, in the staff study that's going to be done for any of the projects, there is a report that's called analysis based on Unified Land Development Code, Chapter 2, Section 2.05.05, Development Order. In that, it says the proposed development must not create an unreasonable hazard or nuisance or constitute a threat to the general health, welfare, or safety of city inhabitants. The problem is who makes that decision. It's not the residents. Somebody's making the decision. It's not an unreasonable hazard to the residents that live there. It's not a nuisance to the residents that live there. The traffic noise is not going to be a nuisance to them or constitute a threat to the general health, welfare, or safety of city We just heard that talk about children with cancer, traffic fumes, dust, noise. It's a very realistic thing that the scientific community has written many, many reports on. So take their concerns as being real. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, is there another speaker that would like to address City Council? Yes, sir.
Yes. Hi, good evening. Joe Runak, 7 Courtney Court. I'm here again, as I have been previously, to speak against the proposal to build a cell phone tower on 7 Clubhouse Drive. Again, the spot is totally inappropriate as far as location. These cell phone towers are very powerful radio waves emit. Placing one directly in the center of the C-section, you're going to be affecting over 100 houses, over 1,000 residents. These cell phone towers are dangerous. No one can tell me any different. Once it goes up, it's AT&T only at this point, but like these other cell phone towers, once they go up, the radio waves are more emitted by T-Mobile, Spectrum, Verizon. Beyond that, the aesthetics of our area in the C-section will be devastated. Right now, all we see are 75-foot palm trees, 75-foot oak trees. This is going to be there twice as high. The application was sitting, nothing was being done on it. Maybe we had a little hope it wouldn't happen. They have reapplied. The City Council, the Planning Board is responsible to keep the residents here, living here now, happy, not Diamond Communications cell tower in Short Hills, not other towers in the area. The AT&T is ancient technology. We all see today how many liftoffs there are right down the road of mini satellites. If this cell tower goes up, it's there 24/7, 365 days a year. You all know I have been here before. Again, I extend an open invitation at any time to anyone involved in this, to my property, to let you see what this is going to do to the area. Mr. Mayor, I met with you personally, and nothing seems to be, no one seems to be against this on the councils. We hear there's a need for it. I don't think there is a need for it. There's other towers in the area. Anytime, any place, you have my cell phone number, you have my email. Come and take a look yourself.
Thank you for your
Thank
comments.
you.
Very good. Next speaker, please. Oh, okay.
Hi, guys. I'm terrible at public speaking, so I'm just going to read this. My name is Lauren McPherson. I have lived in Palm Coast since I was 3 years old. I've always loved living in Palm Coast, and still, I have chosen to raise my family here, and I've been working here as a realtor in town for the past 4 to 5 years. I love, I know this is probably not going to go over well. I love bringing people to Palm Coast. I think our city is beautiful, and it's different from any other city around us. So I wanted to talk on the splash pad. I'm here on behalf of local moms and kids and my own kids who absolutely loved this splash pad. It was a huge attraction to not only the Palm Coast community, but so many surrounding cities. I met families from St. Augustine and Jacksonville, down in Ormond. My friends were constantly coming up here to spend time in Palm Coast. It was a huge draw for our city, and we were so proud of it. My family was so excited to have it, but we were so disappointed to see what happened to it. Palm Coast says that it wants to be a city where you can live, work, and play. And so I was so happy to hear that the city wanted to finally take action into their own hands and address the problem for our kids now, instead of dragging the problem out even longer, potentially years. So the state of the splash pad has definitely divided a lot of the citizens, and I think it's important to put our kids first. If we're able to work it into the annual budget without sacrificing too much of other things, why would we not try and fix it? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm Mark Stansel. I live off Seminole Woods. Have you ever wondered what you, little old you, could do to affect your local government? We are all family in the city of Palm Coast, and together we can work as a family to affect change. Inch by inch, everything's a cinch. It's how you get things done. Caterpillars crawling an inch at a time still get where they're going. Programmers build huge programs by writing tiny pieces of code, one at a time. That's how we can get things done here. Palm Coast is growing at a fast pace. Let's not let this growth too fast as we ruin the beauty that we have here to live in. Let's protect what we have and don't destroy our trees along the way, being careful as to not grow too fast, making sure our infrastructure can support our growth. The role you play is to be part of the family to get things done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker that would like to? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. I have, I'm aligned with everybody here, but I'm not going to repeat all that. So the other concerns that I have is...
Just introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Dolores Robas. I live over at 27 Albright in Seminole Woods. I have two concerns also, and I have brought it up to departments, and it seems like I'm not getting like the full answer, so that's why I'm bringing it here. So I noticed through Palm Coast, I don't know if anyone's seen it, but our fire hydrants have a lot of tall debris around them. And I noticed there's no like fluorescent blue little tags that you see every once in a while on all our fire hydrants. I don't know if there's like a plan or a maintenance that everyone does once a year or twice a year. So that's one thing I'm looking at. The other thing is that do we have enough fire hydrants for everything that's growing around here? Enough fire department employees? That's another problem. The other thing is, the second concern that I have is, I noticed a lot of electrical poles have a lot of debris in the bottom that's tall, taller than me. And I'm not tall, okay, but taller than me, all around there. And then I see huge trees hugging these poles and transformers. And you see it even more when we get in a windstorm. And I'm just saying that's a very big concern. So when I went over and I went to the city first, I was told to call FPL. The FPL employee showed up today, okay, at my house. I showed him. He said all owners of the properties are responsible to clean the debris at the bottom of the poles and the top of the poles. This is what I was told.
All right,
I'm
ma'am, please address your comments to me.
I understand. I'm not lying. I'm telling you what happened. I was really aggravated about it because I told him, so am I supposed to go to the city and ask for the owners and then they get told about this? And then I said, well, for instance, there's 2 lots around here that the city owns. So how does that work with your maintenance? That's all I have.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Don Robertson, Palm Coast residents, 2015. Didn't initially plan to speak this evening, but a few people have brought up some things that are of interest to me. And one of the things involves the marketing effort, apparently, that's going on to convince people to move to Palm Coast. And I'm not opposed to responsible growth. Think it's a good thing. But I think we need to get our house in order before we start trying to convince a bunch of new people to move in. Namely, let's take care of some of the infrastructure that we've got that we have chronic problems with. In the few years I've been here, I know just on the one block that we're on, we've had several incidents where we've had broken water mains, broken pipes and stuff, and when the people come out from Public Works to repair them, they tell us that the stuff is so old, you just can't do anything with it. That's all they do is keep patching it up and patching it up. So it seems to me like maybe we're kind of getting the cart before the horse here, trying to get a bunch of new people to move in if we can't take care of our existing infrastructure. So I would be a little concerned about spending that kind of money on things like that. But other than that, that's one of the things that I wanted to bring up, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Yes, ma'am.
Renee Newton, Seminole Woods Boulevard. So the city sent out an email recently, and it's about the Can You Imagine Palm Coast in the year 2050. Help the city out, map out the future. We want to hear from you. The city of Palm Coast is updating its comprehensive plan, which is the blueprint for the next 25 years. Join us for the kickoff meeting and provide input on your vision of the future. The reality is the public has 3 minutes to say how we feel and what we want. The mayor and the city council members, except for Teresa Pontieri, do not listen and do not care what the citizens of Palm Coast want. The Planning Commission is the same. The public speaks to deaf ears. We speak, and there is no discussion by the two groups. They pass what the developer wants, not what the public wants. I attended the Planning Commission meeting on the Cascades project located on Seminole Woods Boulevard, and also the first reading to the City Council. Once again, the public spoke, and there was no discussion on the topics presented to both groups. The only response that occurred was a vicious attack by Mayor Alphen on Councilwoman Pontieri because she sided with the public and is aware of the dangers of pushing through all of this growth in a haphazard manner. The Planning Commission changed the existing zoning requirements to satisfy the developer, not the residents that live there. The City Council accepted those changes without discussing any of the public's concerns. The City Council consists of elected officials. They were voted in to represent the voters, not the developers. Go back and review your campaign promises that you made to the voters. Is there going to be growth in Palm Coast? Yes. Is the growth based on what the public wants or based on what the elected officials want? Ask the residents why they came to Palm Coast. Will they say it's because they came from a city full of apartments and traffic jams and were looking for an identical city? I think not.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker that would like to address City Council at this time? Yes, sir.
Nathan Phelps from the Z section in Palm Coast. So I've been coming here for a large part of this year now. Learned a lot, all while advocating for the chicken pilot program that we helped pass, very carefully crafted, and it was shot down. And through this whole process, I kind of learned that Palm Coast doesn't care about families, and that does seem to be sentiment shared across this room, that we're not listened to, we're not cared for. When we finally had our presentation 2 months ago, there was a mother who had been trying to come for months. She has 4 children. She showed up during the day, had to leave because the day ran long on that Tuesday, came back hours later with 1 child because she had to put the others to bed. She never got to speak on the topic at all because it was shut down and decided before our public comment ever came up. So I do think there needs to be a adjustment inside of workshops to allow people to speak. But I said all year, we've been advocating for families, and we were never listened to. So the final presentation came down, and these are some of the comments I found that were still bothering me to today. Parents that are working age people, teenagers, children, these are the people that have come, including myself, to advocate for this. People in their 30s and 40s were dismissed as those young people that work so hard. Well, we didn't come to put a sticker on a paper. We came to make change for something we care about and advocate for our children. We were told there was a $25,000 devaluation on homes, yada, yada, some number that was just, pulled out of thin air. And then, since then, I have showed up that I proved last month that that's just not true, even from actual realtors. And I've learned from other conversations with the realtors as well, that's just false. That's a speculation and it's a lie. That was an outright lie. And then became disingenuous virtue signaling comments like, well, maybe if it were to help special needs children, this came from my own representative from my district. My daughter is a special needs child. Special needs children live in their homes. They're not in a facility somewhere where we hope if the chickens lived there, it would be great. My daughter wears a medical device all day long. And if she eats the wrong food, her mood is almost destroyed for the day. And by the grace of God and the diligence of my wife, our child is doing really well, and most people don't know. But she's a special needs child. That's a horrible statement to say, well, we don't know if it's going to help special needs children. Provide one for me then, because it would help a special needs child. And then the whole day ended up with, well, I hope you can get them someday. The power was in the city council's hand to provide them that day, but it was shot down with statements like that. There was no care or concern for families. None of the concerns I brought up all year long were addressed, and they were about families that couldn't make it to presentations. They couldn't come and make their own comments because they're busy putting children to bed or taking care of their spouse who is sick because they take care of children all day. That needs to be, it needs to be reassessed, reconsidered. And if you guys could do me a favor, could you break up Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift? I am tired of seeing her at the Chiefs games.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address City Council at this time? Yes, sir.
Mayor Alphen, Council. My name is William Cook. I live in One Slipper Orchid Trail West in Seminole Woods. You've heard a lot tonight about the residents' feelings about Seminole Woods, about the growth in this wonderful place that I would like to think that we live. The last meeting about that situation, you said, I don't hear the residents saying that they don't want it here. You heard it tonight. We're tired of the growth. We need it to slow down, and we need it to slow down now. That's all I got.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Victor Rodriguez for Sligo Mill. I'm here with my fellow neighbors. We're just not happy, and that's something you guys need to know. We're not happy with the development, and it's not being against progress. We believe in progress. I was born in Brooklyn. I grew up in Miami. I know what development is, but that development was responsible. The infrastructure was there. The schools were there. There was no street flooding on a regular rainy day. I know this past weekend was crazy rain. I don't blame anyone for the amount of flooding we had. But on a regular day in Seminole Woods, I challenge you on a regular rainy day to drive down that street and see, like my neighbor has said, the sidewalks are completely flooded. Completely. Palm Coast Parkway, just a little bit east of Palm Coast Ford, will flood with barely any rain. Our infrastructure is hurting. And if we want proper development, we need to take care of that. I have 6 children, and I will tell you, and I know this is just my opinion, I am not putting it on anyone, I have 6 children, and not one of them has ever set foot in a Flagler County school because of the reports I got from other parents. They have been homeschooled and private schooled. And that is not the way we grow. That is not the proper way to develop a city. So I know days like this, when there's so many people in this room and so many people are just not happy, it can't be fun for you guys to sit up here and have to listen to it over and over again. I don't want to pile on, but you need to know we are not happy. And we do expect change from this. That's all I got.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Eileen Testa, and I have 2 girls in school. Speaking of being overpopulated, they're late for school every morning. The bus don't get there till almost 9 o'clock, and then they come home sweating. There's no air conditioning on the bus. It's overcrowded. And my kids have anxiety. They've been diagnosed. They can't even get to school, and by the time they get to school, they're so upset. And their whole day is ruined. And by the time they get home, they're so sick because the buses are overcrowded and it's hot. Y'all say there's air conditioning, then why are they're sweating to death? Another thing, it's overcrowded and you're wanting to build these apartments. Well, talk about crime. What about water? How are they going to support water and sewage? In our U section, you should see all the sewage. The roads are all sunk in. Ours broke. They had to come and fix it, and it took them a year to come and fix it. And you all want to build these apartments? It's not going to help Seminole Woods. It's only going to make it worse.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional speakers that would like to address City Council at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Yvonne Lewis. I've lived in Palm Coast since 2010. You were elected by the people, and you're supposed to be our voice. This move to Palm Coast commercial that you have is really so misleading. We don't have an array of industry. We have service jobs, the town, and the hospital. No way can these few businesses support a town increase that you have envisioned. I failed to be able to find all the out-of-state businesses and industry that now call Palm Coast home, as the commercial states. I did find Ground Up Motors, which looks to be a local car restoration garage. I'm sure it's a very nice business, but really, how many full-time employees do they have? With the angle of the commercial, it shows Advent Health. From that view, it looks about as large as Mayo Clinic. Advent is no Mayo. Many residents would rather drive to Jacksonville than use Advent. And with this enormous population growth that you have planned and our lack of medical personnel, you'll probably be lucky if you can get a doctor's appointment within a year. You cared nothing about the people when you voted for the raise. I watched and I saw at least 20 people tell you no raise, and then without hesitation, you guys voted yourselves a 360% raise. If you were righteous in your vote, every single township employee should have been able to pick out a percentage and be gifted with the raise of their choice. You said you haven't heard from the people. I'll reiterate what Mr. Cook said. You've heard it tonight. We don't want this. We understand we need growth. We need growth to survive. What we don't need is a destruction of our property and our lifestyle. Whether it's by overcrowding, inferior waterways, flooding, failed roads, and overpriced, ridiculous projects that half of the people don't use. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Karen Ashman, Seminole Woods. I just wanted to reiterate with my neighbors that I stand in unity with them, that I am against the project at Seminole Woods. I chose Palm Coast. I waited 2 years for my home to be built, and I just arrived here in February. And the reason why I chose Palm Coast is because of the underdeveloping, because of the buffers that are put in place and the beauty that the city offered. It was to my surprise and my shock when I first came here that there was only one doctor that I could see, and I still had to wait 6 months to get an appointment. My concern is bringing all of these residents in What are we going to do with healthcare? The community services and safeties is my concern also. The flooding is my concern. You should see my block right now. It's horrible, just horrible. Another issue, I work from home. I had to go out at 3 o'clock a few weeks ago. Couldn't believe how long it took me just to get around the block. Horrible. The traffic is going to be horrible, the congestion, the speeding that goes on up and down that road, the accidents. So I don't want to repeat everything that everyone has said, but I just want to make my voice be heard that I am not for this project at all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Becky Durrance-Levitt. Good evening. All my comment is I am not happy with like they're talking. We don't need any more building in Palm Coast or in Seminole Woods. And please quit putting duplexes with single-family homes. That lowers our property value. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Casey Meyer. I live in Seminole Woods. I just have one question, and my only question is, would you want this in your neighborhood, your backyard? That's all I got.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address City Council at this time? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Andrew, District 3 Palm Coast. So I'm going to talk about the comp plan tonight. It's a 2050 plan. My family will be around. So I just wanted to talk about some of the concerning trends that I've seen in my participation, with the City Council. So, I've been watching commercial land, industrial plots of land, and everything being turned into residential, building zones. And that's, those things needed to be changed for the current comp plan, okay? And I've done some research about, some of the growth that can happen when you don't have enough commercial space left over and things like that. I'd be really curious to hear some of your thoughts on that, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to also talk about the fact that, with the comp plan, at one point it was likened to a living document, like the Constitution, okay? So with the Constitution, to amend that, it's quite a process. It takes supermajorities in the House and the Senate, 2/3 a vote in each one. And then it goes to a process to each of the governors in all 50 states for a process called ratification, okay? And I only bring that up is because that shows a reverence for the agreements made between the country and the people that live there, okay? So the things that we say we're going to do, we hold tight to do that. And I know we need to change things sometimes, but I guess I get confused with the messaging with the council sometimes, and especially as we open up the comp plan into 2050. So are we a part of the process or are we not? Okay, so that's what I would like to know. There's a lot of people here that are trying to be a part of the process. So I think for you guys to do your due diligence, tonight is a good night to start. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional members of the public that would like to address City Council at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I will close public comment now. I'll come to the dais. Are there any comments?
Yeah, I would
go
just
ahead.
I see our chief is in the back. I'd just like for you to come up and talk to us about fire hydrants, chief. And I think a person mentioned, do we have enough of them? And what happens, I think someone said what happens when the blue little reflective light comes off the road, which tells your guys where the fire hydrants are.
Yes, sir. Kyle Berryhill, Fire Chief, Palm Coast Fire Department. So when we're rated as a fire department right now, we're an ISO of 2. Less than 2% of fire departments in the country are in that rating. 1 is the best, 10 is no fire department. And 40% of that rating has to do with our fire hydrant coverage. So we have city ordinance that requires fire hydrants within so many feet associated with that. Our utility department touches every fire hydrant annually. and does a little bit of maintenance, checks on them, does a flow test in each of those places. So we definitely are checking those hydrants and maintaining them. Grass grows really fast in Florida and it can't be stopped. But it is up to the resident to maintain a fire hydrant if it's in their yard. But our coverage for fire hydrants is part of why our fire department is rated excellently by the insurance industry.
And if someone sees one of those blue reflective markers, which I know, being once a volunteer fireman, is so you can spot those hydrants at night, what should they do?
Yes, sir. I think the best way to do that would be to put in a ticket through our customer service portal, Palm Coast Connect, and that'll get through. If you call the fire station, we're going to help you too, or if you call the utility department, we'll also help you. And those blue reflectors are great, but they're more of a nice to have than the hydrants. We also, and they're great, I've used it in the middle of the night, shine the flashlight up and down the street to see where the hydrant is, especially when it's in like a vacant lot that maybe is a little overgrown. But now we have great map technology, so I can look right now into our CAD system. It's actually up on the computer on my desk right now, and see all the hydrants in the system and get a really great idea of where the hydrants are. And that's part of a partnership. We work together with our utility department. So Director Flanagan's back there. He definitely deserves a lot of pride in the success of the hydrant system. But also with our county partners. We put that in through our county, the Flagler County IT department. Our IT department kind of puts it into their mode, and then it goes in. So this is all GIS type of stuff that helps us to know where hydrants are and how we can respond in an effective way.
Well, I know your department is doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilwoman Pontieri, any comment on public comment tonight?
Was that all you had, Vice Mayor? I don't want
Yeah, that's all
okay.
I have, yeah.
So I just want to address the development because, Mayor, at the last city council meeting, I promised to my colleagues that I would bring exact numbers for development or approvals of dwelling units over the last year, and I have endeavored to actually do that. I was accused from this dais of fear-mongering by saying that we, in the last year, have approved 14,000 dwelling units. Well, Mayor, the number is 13,361. So while it wasn't 14,000, it's pretty darn close. And I point this out because out of those 13,361, 9,223 dwelling units were part of developments that underwent some type of rezoning. Most of those, not all, but most of those were for an increase in dwelling units at the sacrifice of commercial, which could be industrial, manufacturing. It doesn't have to be big box stores because we do know those are becoming more and more obsolete. But it was at the sacrifice of other types of commercial. The reason I have been stressing the pace at which we are overdeveloping, and I believe we are overdeveloping, is because our unemployment rate has continued to rise now for the 5th month in a row. It is now 3.9%. The average in the state of Florida is 2.6%. And that was as of August of this year. It is the fifth month in a row that we are seeing that our hiring is not keeping up with our labor force. That's a problem. And I, Mayor, need to correct the record on a few things that were said about our housing, because it was stated that the median housing price in Palm Coast is $400,000. The median housing price has been sold, Mayor, for $360,000, which is below asking. The average in the state has been $400,000. We are seeing that 70% of our homes here in Palm Coast are selling for below asking. And the inventory has actually grown. In July of 2023, our homes were at 1,499. In August, they're now at 1,527. So we don't have an inventory problem of homes here in Palm Coast. Last year, a home in Palm Coast in August was selling at an average, and it took about 8 days on average for a home to sell. This year, it's taking 56 days. So the market, because of interest rates and things like that, are forcing people to not want to spend money, not want to buy homes. We need a diversity of housing in Palm Coast. We know that. We need to work towards that, but we have to do that within what our code currently says. I understand we have growth, and I think most of the people here vocalize that. We understand we're going to have growth in Palm Coast. A lot of people who are probably sitting in this room came here and are not from here. Probably came here within the last 10 years. I did. I came from Jacksonville. So there's going to be growth, but we have to do it at the right pace, and it is our job up here to make sure that that's being done. The problem with approving what we have approved in the manner in which we're doing it is that we have gone outside of our LDC often. And once these homes are approved, once these dwelling units are approved, we can't take that back. It's done. So even though we say, oh, well, we're approving today, but that doesn't mean it'll be built tomorrow. That's absolutely correct. That's a very fair statement. But once we approve it, it can be built. So we have the ability to right the ship. We have the ability to better enforce our LDC. We have the ability to work with our development community, work with our Home Builders Association to make sure that we're providing a diversity of housing like we've all been talking about, but still keeping within our code. And I hope that this council will look for ways to do that in collaboration with our residents and our development community, rather than just saying, well, we need X, Y, Z, and it's based on these statistics, and the builders have rights and the developers have rights, so we're going to approve it. The last thing I want to say is I recognize that there's impact fees, but those are shiny pennies. At the end of the day, the cost of development and the pace in which we are approving it is borne on the taxpayer, because infrastructure long-term is costly to our residents. So we need to be very mindful of what we are doing long-term, not looking at the today saying, well, we need a diversity of housing today. Yes, we do. But what does this do to our residents 5 years and 10 years down the road? So I was going to wait until city council comments at the end of today's meeting, but based on public comment, I wanted to bring all those things up. And with that, I yield.
Thank you. Council, please. Councilwoman Hyder, please.
Yes, I'd just like to share that I am in agreement with much of what has been said tonight, and that we do have to pay a lot of attention to the rapid growth that is going on here in the city of Palm Coast. And I do understand, and I hear your voices about how it affects your lives and your livelihood. So I think that we do need to pay closer attention to that. And thank you, Councilwoman Pontieri.
Councilman Clufus.
Absolutely. In addition to that, I think the storms from this previous weekend have opened up a really big opportunity for us to ensure that the Seminole Woods area is secure and safe. I know that we've had a lot of reported flooding. I think this is a great opportunity that hopefully our departments and staff in the back are monitoring high water situations to make sure that if something does happen, knock on wood, this was pretty much a great litmus test for our system in that regard. But yeah, I concur. Very good.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to agenda item E, which are the minutes from prior meetings. So I would ask for a motion for the meeting held on September the 19th, 2023. It was a business meeting.
I'll make that motion.
Vice Mayor Danko has made a motion to approve the minutes. May I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilwoman Pontieri. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Does the
Motion
clerk have the
passes
count?
unanimously.
Thank you. Similarly, the final budget hearing held on September the 20th, 2023. The minutes from that meeting. Could I have a motion, please?
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Pontieri to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second from Vice Mayor Danko to approve. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Does the clerk have the count?
The motion passes.
Thank you.
unanimously.
Councilman Clufus will now present a proclamation for Customer Service Week. Councilman, you have a video too.
How are you? Thank you guys for being here tonight. Part of my back, Mayor, Council. Whereas our businesses and governmental systems, both locally and across this nation, recognize that making a strong commitment to excellent customer service builds the trust of our customers and clients. And whereas businesses and governments whose professional service representatives understand and anticipate the needs and expectations of their customers by showing commitment to regularly exceeding the customer's expectations. And whereas the City of Palm Coast Customer Service Division consistently makes a difference in the lives of the residents of the city by committing to the highest standards of service every day and routinely improving services to citizens through innovative and considerate means. Whereas Palm Coast residents have come to rely heavily on the knowledgeable and friendly exchange of information with the city's customer service representatives over the past 18 years, addressing an average of 130,000 inquiries per year on a variety of city-related matters. And whereas since 1992, the United States Congress established the first full week of every October to recognize customer service professionals who serve daily on the front lines, and that's the truth. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the mayor and the city council of the city of Palm Coast, Florida, that the week of October 2nd be officially designated as Customer Service Week, and encourage all citizens to acknowledge the contributions customer service professionals make to this community by providing valuable information and services with thoughtfulness and compassion. Signed this third day of October 2023, Kaylee Cook, City Clerk, and David Alphin, City of Palm Coast Mayor. Absolutely.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. Tonight we actually have a nice little video for you, but this is the first time we actually had a night meeting that we were able to all come. So I appreciate all the hard work we do for the city, each one of you. So thank you. Thank you so much. And we have a video.
The City of Palm Coast Customer Service Department is committed to serving our residents in a myriad of ways that range from answering calls for day-to-day questions and concerns, residential issues, safety. Our per-month average calls ranges anywhere from 12 to 14,000 calls monthly, 150,000 calls per year. On any given day, our representatives answer anywhere from 80 to 100 calls each.
In addition to serving our residents via phone, we also offer face-to-face customer service at both our City Hall and Palm Coast utility locations, as well as on Palm Coast Connect, which is a great resource for residents in that it allows us to solve cases about 30% faster on average, helping to get issues resolved conveniently online.
We really pride ourselves on being the front line of the city and helping residents in any way we can. Our residents are our neighbors, so having that understanding is something that can go a long way when helping residents, whether that's face-to-face, over the phone, or on Palm Coast Connect.
We strive to deliver exceptional service by making citizens our priority. We want them to know that we are always trying to bring them quick resolutions whenever possible.
We care about our residents. We want their experience of living here in the city to be the very best it can be, and we do whatever we can to help deliver that great quality of life that we enjoy here in the city of Palm Coast.
The next item on the agenda will be Councilwoman Pontieri, who will deliver two proclamations regarding our fine firefighters.
Hi there.
Alphabetically sorted by height.
This is pretty cool, right? Super cool. I love this.
Very cool.
Yeah, give them a hand. Okay, so the first proclamation is Fire Police Recognition Day. Whereas the City of Palm Coast is committed to the safety and well-being of its residents and visitors, and whereas the first fire police program was established on August 20th, 1975, and whereas the fire police are an essential component of the public safety infrastructure, working diligently to ensure the protection of life, liberty, and the environment, and whereas the fire police serve as a critical support unit, assisting both the fire department and the sheriff's office in emergency response situations, and whereas the fire police are highly trained individuals who play a vital role in traffic control, crowd management, scene security, and other crucial functions during emergencies, fires, accidents, and public events. And whereas the dedication, expertise, and tireless commitment of the fire police are instrumental in maintaining order, safety, and coordination at the scenes of emergencies, ensuring the smooth operation of response efforts. And whereas the fire police demonstrate unwavering dedication to the residents and visitors of the City of Palm Coast, often working under challenging and high-stress conditions. Now there be it proclaimed by the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that October 3rd, 2023 be officially designated as Fire Police Recognition Day in the City of Palm Coast, and encourage all residents to join in expressing our gratitude to the fire police for their selfless service, unwavering dedication, and commitment to the safety and well-being of our community. Signed this 3rd day of October by our City Clerk, Kaylee Cook, and the Mayor of Palm Coast, Mayor David Alphen. If you could educate us on what you all do.
Sure. Hi, good evening. As you heard from the proclamation, the fire police are here to support the fire department, but also the community at large. We're a volunteer force. We come from all sorts of different backgrounds. Some of us are still working, some of us are retired. Our main objective is to make sure that firefighters, whether it be an accident scene or an actual fire, are safe as they perform their jobs, that they don't have to worry about traffic moving into that accident scene and making it even more complicated. We apologize in advance when we have to tell you you can't go this way, but it's for their safety and yours as well. Thank you very much.
Our second proclamation is Fire Prevention Week. Whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at greatest risk from fire. And whereas Palm Coast is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting our community. And whereas Palm Coast residents should identify places in their homes where fires can start and eliminate those hazards, making their homes safer. And whereas the 2023 Fire Prevention Week theme, Prevent Kitchen Fires, effectively serves to remind us that cooking is the leading cause of home fires and home fire injuries. And whereas Palm Coast residents should plan and practice escape from their home in the event of a fire, ensuring that all family members know the escape routes. And whereas Palm Coast residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. And whereas Palm Coast first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. And whereas Palm Coast residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that the week of October 8th, 2023 be officially designated as Fire Prevention Week, and encourage the residents of Palm Coast to participate in fire prevention activities at home, work, and school, and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of Palm Coast Fire and Emergency Services during Fire Prevention Week 2023. Signed this 3rd day of October 2023 by our City Clerk, Kaylee Cook, and Mayor David Alphen.
Thank you, Ms. Pontieri and council and mayor and council. We have up here with us today our junior firefighters. We have some of our career firefighters. We have our fire police. We have some volunteer firefighters out in the world as well today. And I think we have some associates also here. I'm not sure, it went a little long, coming into this. But all of these people help protect our community. This month, we'll go to every elementary school in Flagler County and talk about some basic things like stop, drop, and roll, making sure families have a plan for getting outside, and being safe. And specifically this year, we're talking about cooking safety. But as you're looking at the future of our fire department, and some of us that are a little closer to the present/past. And so I definitely have junior firefighters that were part of our firefighters kids camp that I know were kindergartners that stopped, dropped, and rolled, and learned how to crawl low under the smoke for us. So it's a huge thing. It's very important. The fire department discovered that more than just fighting the blaze that we see, that's the part that's exciting, is that teaching families how to be safe is a huge part of what's important to us and what we value. So we really appreciate this recognition, and thank you to everyone that's here tonight. We appreciate especially our young folks and our fire police that are out there protecting our firefighters every day, and of course our firefighters and what they do. So thank you very much.
I don't know how I'm going to.
Gotta push them out of the way.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Do you think we can do one with fire police and one with, real quick? We'll do it real quick. All right, so fire police. I had a request from your PIO.
Roll with it. Chief, roll with it, buddy.
Pretend you like each other. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
And then we'll. No, if we can swip swap and put you guys in here. And you guys. Please. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, team. Have a great night.
Our final proclamation tonight will be delivered by Councilwoman Hyder. So if you would.
Good evening, ladies. You might want to stand around me, or good evening, everyone. I'm honored to present this proclamation. Whereas the white cane, which every blind citizen of Palm Coast, Florida, has the right to carry, demonstrates and symbolizes the ability to achieve a full and independent life and the capacity to work productively in competitive employment. And whereas the white cane, by allowing every blind person to move freely and safely from place to place, makes it possible for the blind to fully participate in and contribute to our society and to live the lives they want. And whereas every citizen should be aware that the law requires that motorists and cyclists exercise appropriate caution when approaching a blind person carrying a white cane. And whereas Palm Coast and Florida law also calls upon employers, both public and private, to be aware of and utilize the employment skills of our blind citizens by recognizing their worth and individuals and their productive capacities. And whereas Palm Coast, through its public agencies and with the cooperative assistance of Flagler Palm Coast Visually Impaired Support Group, can and should facilitate the expansion of employment opportunities for and greater acceptance of blind persons in the competitive labor market. Now therefore it be proclaimed by the Mayor of the City of Palm Coast and City Council that October 2023 be officially designated as White Cane Awareness Month in Palm Coast, Florida, and do all upon our schools to offer full opportunities for training to blind persons upon employers and the public to utilize the available skills, competent blind persons, and to open new opportunities for the blind in our rapidly changing society, and upon all citizens to recognize the white cane as a tool of independence for blind pedestrians on our streets and highways. Signed this third day of October, 2023, City Clerk Kelly Cook and City of Palm Coast Mayor David Alfin.
Hi, I'm Kate Mingin and my friend Ellen Pugner. We're co-founders of a support group for the visually handicapped in Palm Coast. We thank you for your proclamation.
Thank you. And I'd just like to say a few words. And that is, this is quite interesting tonight. And actually, Kate and I, we have to get out just a little bit more. I would like to say to the council, thank you very much. And if you were in my group, I'd ask you all to take a deep breath, get through tonight. You did lovely. Thank you very much, everyone.
I'd just like to say to you ladies, thank you so much for all that you do for the visually impaired. One of my brothers was actually legally blind, so I understand wholeheartedly all that the visually impaired go through and what they have to deal with in their lives to get through on a daily basis with being visually blind or legally blind. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Words were lovely, thank you. That's not, you did great, you did great.
You can give it.
Ladies, thank you again.
Thank you.
If I may, while they're walking back to their seats, my sister wasn't blind till a few years ago. And so you might have a member of your family that this happens to, whether it's macular degeneration or diabetes, glaucoma, and those little pads that that. Just hold that over your eyes. And then just try and close your eyes and walk out this door. It's so hard to do. So I'm so proud of my sister and Kate because they've taken something that's so hard to deal with in their lives and made a positive out of it.
Okay, so the next item on our agenda is the winners of our annual photo contest. Our annual photo contest started back in 2008 as a way to engage the community and also to be able to showcase our amazing talent throughout our community of professional photographers and amateur photographers, people who just like to capture the beauty of Palm Coast. So this contest goes every summer, June and July, and we collect as many pictures as possible. This year we had over 900 photos submitted, which made the deciding of who was the winner very difficult because there was a ton. Each participant was able to submit up to 20 photos and in 6 categories. So we're gonna go ahead and go through the winners. These were the categories this year: pets, recreation, residence, wildlife, landscape, and events. Unfortunately, I think some of our winners could not stick around, but some did, and we're very happy they're here. So for the pets category, our winner was Cozy Kitten, and the photographer is Laura Early. All right, our recreation category, the first place winner was Lori Vetter Bowers, and it was the early rowing practice. Congrats to her. Courtney had to leave, but the residence category, first place was ducking around, and that was Courtney McDonald. So her photography subject was here with her tonight, and it was past his bedtime, so they had to get out of here. Our wildlife category, first place was the young alligator by Amy, and I believe Amy was here. I believe she had to leave as well. Landscape category, first place was Matanzas Woods Sunset by Stacy Shoddy. She's here. Come on up. The events category, first place was our infamous Touch-a-Truck event, and the winner, Amy Gagliano, was not able to attend tonight, but we'll make sure she gets her prize. So congratulations to all of you, and we use these photos throughout the year. I mean, if you walk the halls of City Hall, you will see some of the past winners on the walls. They're just incredible pictures, so we'll showcase the winners and all of the other ones as well. They're really, really incredible, so we thank you guys for participating.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick picture.
Precisely.
That's fine, show the picture, either way, your own choice.
I can't get everybody.
Good? So continuing on with the agenda, we'll move to agenda item G, number 7, an ordinance. And Counselor, if you would read that into the record for us, please.
Yes, thank you. This is an ordinance that's on second read. An ordinance amending ordinance 2010-1, special event ordinance, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, amending the City of Palm Coast Code of Ordinances, Chapter 28, Article 2, special events, providing city manager authorization to implement, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brittany McDermott, Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm joined here by Jared Dawson, our Recreation Coordinator of Events. We are here tonight as representatives of the city's Special Event Review Team, also known as CERT. Just a quick refresher, we have been here a few times before, but a quick refresher that the Special Event Ordinance number 2010-01 was established in 2010 to support events both internal and external, and to protect and promote the health, welfare, and safety of the citizens of and visitors to the City of Palm Coast. CERT is comprised of representatives from city departments such as Parks and Rec, Public Works, Fire, Community Development, as well as representatives of the Flagler County Sheriff's Office. I just mentioned we were here a few times. On September 12th, we came to the workshop meeting, went through some of our suggested revisions, and then on September 19th, we did a follow-up, had some good discussion, followed up on some of those changes from the 12th, and had our first read, and now we are here tonight. So just a brief summary of the changes that we've gone over: adding a definition for community event, clarify the special event process, expand parade route options, add farmers market chapter, expand on site plan requirements, and add an event disclosure and exemptions. These were just sort of the highlights of the changes we made, and we've had other discussion. Is there any further questions at this time?
I just wanted to thank you for taking all of City Council members' comments and questions and rolling them into your final program. So certainly my questions have all been answered. Your program is very inclusive. We're not denying anyone a chance to take advantage of the great services that staff will provide for their various events. So are there any additional questions?
No, I'm fully in support of this.
No, I want to thank you all again, and special thanks to Jared, because you weren't here last time when we were kind of showing gratitude towards your department, so thank you for everything that you continue to do for us.
Councilwoman Hyder?
I'd like to also say thank you so much to Department of Parks and Recreation, and a special thank you to you, Jared, because you have been such a tremendous help to the organizations that have events here in Palm Coast. Thank you.
So 3 votes for Jared being awesome as well. I would say thank you, at least, yes. I think these are very, very common sense changes that we're making, and I also, when I worked in the other town center building, I would see them slaving away with no tamper on the fence around the lake, so I think that's a great reduction in the requirements. Very good. I have no other comments.
Very good. So hearing that, I will open this item up to the public. If there are any members of the public that would like to comment on the item at this time, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. I'll come back to the dais. Any final questions?
No, I'll make a motion.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Pontieri to approve. Is there a second?
Second it.
Vice Mayor has offered a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Does the clerk have the count?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Congratulations on your hard work.
Thank you so much.
We'll now move to agenda item H, resolution number 8. And Councilor, if you would go ahead and read that in.
Sure. This is a resolution regarding the James F. Holland Park splash pad repair, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving a contract with Sabungi Construction, Inc., approval of construction engineering inspection services, and a project contingency for the James F. Holland Park splash pad repairs, providing for authorization to execute, providing for future amendments, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
And we're going to be considering 2 items with this project. Is that correct?
Well, there's
They're separately voted, but
yes.
Yeah, right, okay.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Alphen. I'm Eric Gibo, architect with the Stormwater and Engineering Department, and I'm here with Carl Cody, the Director of Stormwater and Engineering.
Do me a favor, just pull your mic a little bit closer so the folks that are listening online can hear. Thank you.
My apologies. We are here for approval of construction services contract award for the repairs to James F. Holland Park splash pad. The scope of work associated with this project includes all work required to bring the splash pad back into a functional, code-compliant, safe, and enjoyable amenity to once again serve the citizens of Palm Coast. The existing concrete deck will be removed and all underground piping and pump room equipment issues will be corrected. Water feature locations will be revised in conjunction with modifications being made to the piping system. New concrete deck will address all code-related slope issues, and finally, an appropriate surfacing material will be installed that is designed specifically for this type of facility. Through a piggyback contract with Collier County, Council approved a contract with Martin Aquatic Design and Engineering to provide design and construction documents for the project in September of 2022. Documents were completed in March of 2023. The project was bid in April of 2023, with Subungi Construction being the responsive bidder. The City of Palm Coast has enjoyed a very successful relationship with Subungi. City projects include Linear Park, Phase 1 of Long Creek Nature Preserve, Indian Trail Sports Complex, and most recently, the beautiful Waterfront Park project. They themselves have previous experience with splash pad projects, but have also enlisted Western Aquatic Construction and Development as a subcontractor who has extensive experience in this type of project and who came highly recommended from Life Floor Systems. This project will be funded through the 2023-2024 capital projects. With design completed, the permitting can occur immediately upon issuance of the notice to proceed in October, with construction completed by July 1st of 2024. City staff is requesting approval of construction contract with Subungi Construction in the amount of $2,594,800, $99,780 to Martin Aquatic for construction, engineering, and inspection services, and $305,420 in project contingency. The 12% contingency amount is to address any unknown pump room issues that are discovered during construction. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
In addition, we do have representatives of Subungi Construction here tonight as well.
Questions?
No questions. Thank you for the extensive overview in our previous workshop. I will defer to my council members, but I think this is the right path to go, and it also seems from a legal standpoint, I won't go too much into that, but it seems like this will be the right way, right mode for recovery afterwards. So I thank you for the previous workshop meeting.
Councilwoman Hyder?
No further comments. Thank you for the presentation, and I think that this will give a lot of relief to the young families here in Palm Coast, and it's long awaited.
I have concerns, and my concerns are we're in the middle of a lawsuit with, Counselor, how many people are we now suing?
I'm not sure if there's been the additional subs have been brought in yet. So
Yeah,
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay,
at this
because I
time
read in
what that
Flagler
is.
Live, it looks like there's 6 parties involved now, possibly.
Potentially.
And I guess my concern is I have no doubt that the company that we're going to hire, who's done other great projects for us, would do a great job. I have no doubts about that. My concern is throwing $3 million at this splash pad at this time in the city's history. We had a hard time getting a full millage rate rollback, and that was, what, $2.8 million that we had to struggle to find. And I just think that we will be throwing good money after bad money if we do this now. I'd like to see us do the right thing, which is finish the lawsuits and see what we can recoup, because this is not a must-have for our city. Roads are a must-have for our city, things of that nature. And while I'd like to see the splash pad up and running again, I just think we just need to, we need to pull back a little bit here and think about what we're spending. It's a shame what happened the first time around. I mean, it's awful that the splash pad that we had built didn't live up to anything. But, we have a splash pad. It's called the Atlantic Ocean. A lot of our residents have pools, and if you don't have one, your neighbor has one. Make friends with your neighbor. When I was a kid, my father put a sprinkler head on a hose, and kids don't know the difference, to be honest with you. We had a lot of fun. But the bottom line is, though, for us to spend $3 million rebuilding this thing, what's that going to put us, like $8 million in the hole now on this splash pad? And again, I just think I think that we are throwing good money after bad, and I think we need to go through the lawsuit process and see where we end up, because we don't know if we're going to recoup a penny at this point, unfortunately. So, no, I'm not in favor of this at this time. I would be in favor of it once we settle the lawsuit aspect of it. So I just want to make that position known.
Okay. Councilwoman Pontieri.
I have a couple questions before I state my position. First, one of the slides referenced reinstalling new code-compliant concrete deck and code-compliant surfacing material. Is this different than what was installed the first time around, and was what was installed the first time around not code-compliant?
Well, the material that was installed was not specifically designed for that type of installation. Right. The new material that's being installed it's designed specifically for this type of facility.
And what they did the first time around is they installed the concrete slab and then they coated it, but they made up the slope difference with the coating they put on top of it to get the proper slopes.
I see.
And the engineer of record approved the material. However, with this new material, it's a fixed thickness, so we can't make up the slope differences in the proper coating material, which is going to be different. So we have to re-pour some slab sections to get that proper slope drainage.
I just want to make sure we're not making the same mistakes twice, obviously.
Correct.
So it's a completely different material, completely different, okay.
Yes.
And then my other question is regarding the finances of this. As this is coming out of our capital plan, is there anything that we are putting on the back burner or not paying for if we decide to fund this as a part of our capital plan?
Our intent is, we have a long-range plan, the MOC, which uses most of those capital project funds, but it's a multi-year project. So the intent is we would use the funds now to fix the splash pad, and then by the time additional funds are needed for the MOC, we would have some result on the case and have those fund reimbursements put back into the fund to go back into the MOC as part of that multi-year ongoing project.
So these funds aren't coming from, because I share your concerns, Vice Mayor, they're not coming from, or we're not taking from roads or vital infrastructure in order to make this happen?
No.
Okay, so I understand your concerns. The only reason I disagree is because as an attorney, I know how long litigation takes. And so I don't want to see this splash pad sitting without being used by our families any longer. I think that this was a great attraction. It provides a safe way for our families to enjoy our parks, which we take a lot of pride in. And it is something that is needed in our community. We need something for kids, and I understand a lot of people have pools and things like that, but a 1-year-old that we saw on the front row today can't swim. So a splash pad is great for families. And we owe a duty to our families to provide certain amenities like this. I really feel that way. So I'm in favor of this. The one thing that I think is super important for staff to watch this like a hawk. I mean, it's vital. We cannot repeat the same mistakes. And I understand there's a lot of people in the lawsuit now. And to answer your question, yes, they are in the lawsuit now. And it could take a long time, and we don't know what we're going to recover. But I have confidence in the case itself, and I have confidence in our staff to really, really watch this project and make sure our dollars are being spent the right way and that we aren't going to take from vital infrastructure in order to make this happen.
And again, I'm not questioning the construction. I know the firm we're hiring and everything, but I am questioning the fact that we don't know what will happen with these lawsuits. We could end up getting nothing, zero. So then where will we find this money? Down the road. I mean, if we don't recoup any money, are we going to have to raise taxes to recoup this? Are we going to have to stop doing something else like the MOC, or where does that money come from? And that's my concern down the road.
Well, could we as a council agree? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Do you think we could probably, I think, a general consensus, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but if we had to at the very worst, I think pushing the MOC again would probably be like the easiest solution as far as just grabbing a bunch of money and saying this is something that's for a dedicated project. I think that is like the top and bottom to the answer to that question. But also, if Carl, I know in our private, or not our private meeting, but the meeting we had with the law firm, I had asked about the additional oversights as far as during construction, making sure that there was inspections going on and things like that. And you had noted that, and I think you had also noted that that was a little bit part of the higher costs that were going to be incurred for something. But could you go into the additional oversights that we're implementing here?
Yeah, we built in some additional quality control into the project. There's multiple layers or levels, we can say. In the contract itself, in terms of pouring that concrete slab, in terms of getting the proper slopes, there's limitations on the size and the area that they could pour at one time. There's multiple verifications of survey that required before they can actually pour the concrete, and after they pour the concrete before they move on to the next area. We do also enlisted the designer that provided the design for us to provide almost full-time inspections. So they will be there. They've done hundreds of these projects. They are fully aware of the proper sequences and techniques associated with this type of work. So we have that in there, as well as staff, being available to be providing some oversight.
Thank you.
My turn. I too have suffered with the magnitude of the expense. However, two things. One, Mr. Sabungi, I'm not going to ask you to come up and speak, but I'm looking at you for confirmation that you feel that you will make this project one of your biggest successes, and your family will be proud of the experience like you did for us at Waterfront Park. So am I correct in that assumption? No, it's so funny.
Yes, Your Honor, we have spent almost the last month studying this project in details, seeing what's the problems that happened before and what's the mitigation factors that we can do. I know they talked about the survey, and this project is very specified in the elevation of the drains themselves and in the concrete, and I'm sure that this will be something to be added. We have almost 1 out of every 3 splash parks in the area that we have constructed, and none of them is in use, none of them in the court. So I hope that we will be able to do good service to them.
As long as I get a nod from the patriarch of the family, I'm good there. So I'm looking at you.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask him a question when you're
Of
done?
course, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, ask that.
So
Yeah.
I just want you to tell this council, and again, I know you guys do great work, but you know the problems we've been through the last time where no one wants to honor their warranty. I just want you to assure this council, if something goes wrong, you will honor your warranty and you will take care of the problem so we never end up in this position.
We've been in business since 1982. We never have a problem with any warranty item.
So you'll be there if we have a problem. You're assuring us.
I'm
You're promising me and this council.
promising everybody I'll be there on 20.
Swear to honor. I mean, the whole
Okay.
9 yards, right?
You can call me, I will be there.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
I trust this man.
I do.
And while I'm not happy with all the money we've lost, and who knows what's going to happen with the lawsuit.
Understood.
I know that there is a need for this in our community, so I will switch my position and vote for this.
Vice Mayor, I appreciate that.
I'm going to hold your feet to the fire
Absolutely.
if something goes wrong.
And
I appreciate it.
Vice Mayor, and I don't know if this helps a little bit, I appreciate your comment. So I'm certainly willing to stick my neck out here because as you know, I've struggled with this project for a very long time now. But I also I do have confidence in what the legal side will bring forward. There's no guarantee, but I have confidence there. But I also know that this amenity, 2 years from now or whenever this law deal would be finished, this thing could end up being twice the price then. It's just a matter of the times.
That's a possibility.
And that scares me more. So I absolutely am willing to stick my neck out as the mayor of the city of Palm Coast to say that I am in favor of the project to invest in our future. And you saw some members of our future generations here this evening, and it's a really big number. It's a huge investment. but I do believe that it's a worthy investment, so I am going to be in favor of the project. And with that, if there are no other comments or questions from City Council at this time.
No other comments, but I do accept one. I am still concerned that if we don't recoup any money from these lawsuits, we're going to have to find this money someplace.
Correct. Yep.
And that's going to be a problem.
Yep.
Let's see what happens, I guess.
I think that with this vote, we're prioritizing something here. We're making a statement and prioritizing.
Agreed.
So I agree with you. And so I think that this vote really is a determination of what are our priorities right now.
So I will open this item up for public comment now, and please.
My name is Celia Puglisi, live in Palm Coast since 1991. I will appreciate this council to approve this, but under certain conditions. It was mentioned the warranty because of the bad experience we had before. Another question you should make to Mr. Sabonji is this. What will be, these type of amenities, probably because the children use, and they're going to be so happy, and they deserve this. I don't have grandchildren, but I care for other people's children in the city. My question would be from you to Mr. Sabonji is, what about the maintenance, the tear and wear, which it will be a lot because the usage for the kids on this. Who will do the maintenance? Where the supplies will come? Will be City Public Works? Will be a company from Mr. Sabonji? That's important because this type of amenities require a lot of tear and wear. I've been myself all my life a buyer, and I understand that when we have products offered by manufacturers, they will train workers into the maintenance, repairs, or if Mr. Sabunji company will be, what will make it for the city more advantageous financially. But I really would like you to approve because these kids need this in the city.
Thank you for the comment. Carl, do you want to comment on the ongoing operational side of this?
Correct. When the Holland Park was expanded, there was additional staff added and a dedicated crew for Holland Park in itself. So in terms of staffing needs, we have the existing staff in place that are dedicated to this park, that are prepped and planned, and there is a maintenance program put together by the Parks and Rec staff to upkeep this. And light floor manufacturer, which is the surfacing material, it has to be installed by a certified installer, which is part of our requirements in the contract. In addition, they have a well-spelled out maintenance plan that the city needs to follow to have that warranty hold in place. So there's a lot of information, there's a lot of support from the manufacturer in terms of what the city needs to do to maintain this on an ongoing basis. So we are well informed and equipped and able to move forward.
Thank you, Carl. Was there another comment from the public? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Peter Johnson, Palm Coast again. I just wanted to echo a few statements that was made. I agree with Mr. Danko as far as the concerns that we may not recoup any of our money. I also agree with Ms. Pontieri and the rest of the council. I personally myself do not have children. I have no investment in this. I understand that this was an inherited situation by a lot of the members on the council and that this wasn't done to you, but we have to keep an eye on this. We cannot look at the fact that this is not $3 million of the taxpayers' money that is, again, going to be used to get this. And to his point, Mr. Danko's point, we may not get any of the money back. So I want to know, and I understand you asked the question, but I'm assuming you guys asked this question last time go around, or not you specifically, but the question was asked last time go around. Are we going to be secured on our bond? Are we going to have all these things taken care of? Because clearly that didn't happen. So I want to know what is going to be done, because all of these things that you were talking about are great, but these are the steps that should have been taken the first time around, and they weren't. And now we're in the hole, now we're in litigation, now we're not going to possibly recoup any of our money. But I want to express that I've talked to a lot of members of the community. This is something that is needed and that is valued in the community and that the children do need. There's not enough stuff to do. So
thank you for your comment. Yeah, no problem. Carl, you want to make any final comment? Or?
We do have bonds on this, and I think the bonding company in the first go-around is one of the parties that is being, in the part of the lawsuit, but, I don't think there's more to add than.
Okay. Very good.
May I just respond quickly to that, Mayor? Because I do think it's important, because I get this question a lot too, is what are we doing to prevent kind of a repeat? And truly with any contract, I mean, it can be quote unquote ironclad, but someone can always have the ability to sue or be sued. What I'm confident about specifically with this contractor is the fact that I do think they're vested in our community. They've done a lot of projects here. Presumably, they want to continue to do projects here. And our production and maintenance and improvement of parks isn't going anywhere. So from that perspective, I am confident. It's almost like we have kind of a neighborhood, somebody who's very, very vested in us doing a very important project. So that's another reason why I'm very confident moving forward with this.
Okay, thank you. Again, just last call for public comment. Yes, sir.
Hi, Steve Sequero, Palm Coast. Actually, just a question for Mr. Danko. In the event, I'm sorry, in the event that something goes awry, I hope it doesn't, the kids should have the splash pad. It will only get more expensive. The question was raised, if something goes wrong, where are we going to get it from? So my question is, since you put the contractor on the spot and asked him to make a promise, where do you get the money from if something goes wrong this time? Where do you pull it from? Who do you tax? What's your plan to get those funds should something go wrong?
I appreciate the comment. Carl, can you, I'm not sure how you answer a question like that. It's not really a question.
I mean, during construction, we have a performance and payment bond. We have bonds during the project where if there is something ongoing during the project, the city has the ability to terminate the contract and have the bond company come in and take over and finish the project and correct any deficiencies that may occur. That has been done in the past on projects. But it's very rare, but that we do have options if there is a problem during the process, and that's put on the bonding company to pay out any additional costs that may be necessary. So there'd be no additional cost to the city for that. It would be the bond company that would take over the project.
Okay. I would just ask, are there any other comments from the public on this issue? Yes, ma'am.
I have a question that's related but kind of expanded to the same topic. It's Donna McGevna. Coming back from other meetings, my question to you related to this topic is, for the $3 million you're speaking about, going back months ago when we had that big team of sports people that were here that were trying to play in the other ball fields, do we have demographics on how many people are going to use this splash pad in relation to all the children that currently live in Palm Coast that are having problems using the current 14 fields that we spoke about tonight? So if we have 14 fields or parks that are not being maintained, what kind of hit would we get investing in the $3 million in fixing the fields for the children that do reside in Palm Coast? Now, I have no skin in this game. My family, my grandchildren live in California. But I'm saying that we're talking about that this is going to increase tourism and have people come from Port Orange and come from Daytona, DeLand, and whatever, and people that come to visit. But we have families that are living here and paying the taxes for this $3 million splash pad for other people to come here. And I'm going to tell you now, being a mother, of course, of a son, that's why I have grandchildren, we would pack lunches to go to the park. So it's not going to increase tourism. That's going to increase our restaurant flow or anything like that. What happens, how many people are going to really use that splash pad from a toddler perspective or children from that demographic age range compared to the parks that are here and the children that can't play soccer or that football team and that Little League team? Have we cleaned up our current fields? I don't know the answer, and that's what I'm challenging you with.
So, I appreciate the question. I think you're taking different age groups and different sports and different activities. So, Carl, I can't comment on the study that was done in advance of the original splash pad. Our population has grown dramatically since then. Can you comment on the usage in the early going of the splash pad?
Our Parks and Rec director may be able to speak more specifically to that, but I can address the field concerns where we do have funding in the current fiscal year budget to rehab the fields at Ralph Carter Park as well.
Good, I appreciate that. So if you would, can you give us a comment on the the forecasted activity that you see at this park amenity?
During our previous running of the splash pad, a lot of the demographics were the younger generations along with their parents coming and utilizing the park. With our staff there, we try and keep count as much as possible as they enter into our parks, but that is pretty impossible, as you know, most people use the playgrounds, then they use the splash pad. They're in and out every couple of minutes. So it's something we're, as a department, trying to work towards in kind of creating a way to capture all the demographics and the amount of people that come and utilize pretty much all our parks and all our trails.
So it is my understanding that you've done some research over time on other splash pads in the region, so you have some feel for the usage that those facilities have or
Correct,
enjoy.
yeah, yes. Yes, we've talked to different municipalities. They have the same kind of problem and issues with counting people coming into these parks and trails. You just don't know when people are coming to utilize them, but we have talked to them quite frequently on usage and how many people use it and what demographics use it as well.
Very good. Before
Again, I'm counting on two guys over there to keep their word, and I'm going to take their word for this because I came in here opposed to this idea because of the cost. And again, not opposed to you, but just opposed to what we've been through. But I trust you guys. You guys do great work. I've seen it, and so I'm going to hold your feet to the fire.
Very good. With that, I would ask, are there any additional members of the public that would like to comment on this item on the agenda at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll come back to the dais and ask if there's any additional discussion at this time.
I'll make the motion.
Vice Mayor has made a motion to approve, and because of the magnitude of the expense, I will ask for a roll call vote, please.
Need a second. Or do we need a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. We have a second from Council Member Clufus.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri?
Yes.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
And
Now-
Mayor, just for clarification, earlier I think you asked me if there was two items.
Yes.
They are, but they're wrapped up into one resolution, so we only need one motion to approve both. So we're sufficient
Is
now.
the motion qualified to cover those both? Thank you
Yes.
very much. I appreciate that. Very good. Okay, thank you. With that, I'll move to item number 10 on the agenda, a resolution. And Councilor, if you would go ahead and read that, please.
This is actually item number 9, a resolution for the Long Creek Nature Preserve Phase 2, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving a contract with Seibe Construction, Inc., a work order with Pegasus Engineering, LLC, and a project contingency for the Long Creek Nature Preserve Phase 2 project, providing authorization to execute, providing for future amendments, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Good evening once again. Eric Gibo, architect for the Stormwater and Engineering Department. I apologize. I'm pleased to present to Council for approval the construction services contract for the improvements to Long Creek Nature Preserve. Long Creek Nature Preserve is truly a jewel in the City of Palm Coast park system. Located along Palm Harbor Parkway, the 9-acre preserve provides fishing and kayak and canoe access to Long Creek, College Waterway, and the Intercoastal, and is a major archaeological resource for Hernandez Landing Site related to the early 1800s plantation period in Florida. The city purchased the land for the preserve in 2008 through Florida Community Trust and Flagler County Environmentally Sensitive Lands Program grants. The FCT grant identified specific conditions that the city must provide in order to receive these funds. The phases of the project identified in this presentation are intended to address these conditions. The first phase of the Long Creek project, completed in 2014, included a shell path and boardwalk to kayak and canoe launches, a fishing pier, a floating dock, and a parking area. The scope associated with this project includes an expansion of the existing amenities with the construction of new shell paths, wooden boardwalks, overlooks, and 4 gazebos. A future phase of the project, currently in the 5-year CIP, includes the nature center, classrooms, exhibit spaces, a restroom building, and associated site improvements. This work would be to comply with the requirements of the original grants. The city enlisted the services of CPH Incorporated to perform design services for the project, which was completed in November of 2022. The project was bid on August 16, 2023, with a bid closing date of September 21st, 2023. 2 bids were received. Construction for this project will be funded through the 2024-2025 Recreation Impact Funds, with $325,000 in grant award coming from the Florida DEP Recreational Trails Program. The city will also be seeking fine grant funds in 2024 to upgrade the water access. With the design completed, the permitting can occur immediately upon the issuance of the notice to proceed in October, with construction completed anticipated in April of 2024. City staff is requesting approval of the construction contract with Sabungi Construction in the amount of $1,031,100, $150,000 for CEI services and project contingency, and $32,490 to Pegasus Engineering for grant management services. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
City council members,
I have
questions?
The only one I have is, I'm looking at the timeline, and it runs a very similar path to the splash pad. So have we ensured with the contractor that the bandwidth is there in order to make sure both of these projects can be done simultaneously and timely?
Please, yeah.
Good evening. My name is Muhammad Munir Kabazi. It's not Sabungi, but I've had the pleasure to work with my uncle, who is a Sabungi. He's with us here. There are 2 principles that we are taking on these 2 different projects. One of them is the mechanical and concrete surfaces, and this one is mostly environmental sensitive project. So there are 2 different crews that will be working on different parts. And we, at the bidding time, we actually allocate the crews that will go with every project at the same time. If we do not have enough crews, we will not bid the project. So when we bid it, we have that in mind.
So thank you for that. And so with those crews, is there a separate project manager for each crew?
I will be the project manager on both of them. I live in Palm Coast, which is convenient. So
that's good to know.
yes. And the superintendents are from Palm Coast too. So both of us will be in here. The locations are very close, and we will be in and out all day long. So
great, thank you.
there will be 2 different crews that's handling the boardwalks, the site work on one project, and the concrete and the mechanical on the other project.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
That's my questions too, yeah.
City manager, if you could just weigh in for a moment on the importance of the Long Creek Preserve. I'm not sure all of our residents, I mean, they kind of know it's there, but it has a vital importance to the environmental infrastructure of the area.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I'll lead off with, this is a showcase project that really echoes our legacy of collaboration. So you heard a little bit about when we acquired it and our collaboration with Flagler County, the state of Florida. But just to continue on the merit behind this actual purchase, we had the support of the Water Management District because of floodplain mitigation and environmental sensitivity. We had the support of Florida Inland Navigation District. I won't say the whole agency, but the GTM, National Estuarine Research Reserve. So all the environmental focus groups saw the importance of this and wrote letters of support. And just its location and the history behind it, it really was a targeted opportunity for City Council. I know City Council today cares about protecting open spaces in our history, and that legacy is living on. My other point to Sabungi is I remember being at Long Creek Nature Preserve 10 years ago, and you were protecting a special gopher tortoise. to want to make sure that they're very delicate when they work in environmentally sensitive areas. So I hope that helps with a little bit of background.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. We talk a great deal about land development. We rarely get a chance to also talk about the efforts that city staff and city council work towards in terms of preserving the environmentally sensitive and green areas as well. So I understand it's a balance, so I just wanted to get that out there that, we have to balance both. It's extremely important for the future because, there's less and less of it to protect. So extremely important for the future. So thank you for that.
Oh, you're very welcome, Mayor. I'll just conclude that the park itself is around 10 acres, but we have over 225 acres of marsh protected as well.
Very, very good. I would open this item up for public comment, and if you would, please.
My name is Celia Puglisi, my name, since 1991. And thank you very much, finally, for the very much look Long Creek Preserve, especially for the older people, the bathrooms. We older people appreciate to have bathrooms. We didn't have bathrooms there, and whether we go kayaking or walking our dogs, even my friends say, oh my God, we can go to the Long Creek Preserve because that reason. I appreciate, first of all, the bathrooms. There is a little history here with PAMCOS. Our former first councilman of the first council in the city of PAMCOS was the one that in the late 90s with his wife took me. He said, you had to see that estuary, that swampy area preserved that we're trying to preserve here, because you see what, when we have floods coming into the ocean, high tides, that's the area that allows for the city of PAMCOS not to get flooded. And he took me with his wife for a canoe trip ever. He says, you gotta see what we have here. And this was the late 90s. And I think this park should bear his name because he fought really hard to get the funds on the council back then, fighting for getting the public funds to buy the preserve. And I really appreciate it. And I think this park at least should be called Jerry Fool, our former councilman, because he fought really hard for linear park. If we have linear park today, it's because when we didn't know nothing, and ITT was leaving, on a heat summer afternoon, he was there giving us, copies that all these doctors were buying the ICU front, and they wanted to close our walk that ITT made for us in all these years. And thanks to Jerry Fool, and we all got together, we went to the county meeting. We were not a city, we went to the county meeting. And back then, Herschel King, a commissioner, came to see that, yes, we used that, and they had no right to close it for us. That's what we have today, the walkway along the ICU, and including, he fought for passing the St. Joe Canal to whatever we have walking there, thanks to him, on the waterfront park. That beautiful walkway, this man fought for all of this, so I just wanted to
Thank you for your comment. Any other, yes, sir.
Peter Johnson again. So I have a question real quick. What is the day rate use of Long Creek Park? Can I get an answer on that?
I'm sorry, what is your question?
What is the day rate use of Long Creek Park? Like, how many people are using Long Creek Park a day? Because I live down the block, and quite frankly, I see a handful.
Parks and Rec will try to answer. Is that your question?
No, I have a lot of other things.
Okay.
Okay, well, maybe we should finish public comment.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and ask your questions, and then we can answer them in one time. Go ahead.
It's not a back and forth, so if you just want to ask all your questions and then
And then we'll
staff
try to
can
get you some
respond to
answers.
them.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The waterfront park project was mentioned, and Florida Inland Navigation District is involved in this again. I'm not quite sure if the city understands how little the new waterfront park is actually being used. Those amenities serve almost absolutely no one. We put a kayak launch into one of the most sensitive manatee habitats into Flagler County, all at the behoove of Randy Stapleford from Florida Inland Navigation District. And I understand that grant money is good, and we need to use grant money in appropriate ways. But my concern with this project, again, is even though there's grant money involved, we're putting $1.2 million into the buildings. What is the upkeep going to be in the long run for this? What is the number of visitors that are going to be coming to this park? Waterfront Park is a shining example of this. We did all these renovations. We did all these upgrades. Who the hell is using the kayak launch? I've seen it used 7 times so far, max, since it's been put up. We put in $1.2 million. I understand that like 500 and some change of that was given by Inland Navigation District, but we have $700,000 invested into that. We clear cut 7 acres almost of property over there. We cut down all the palm trees. We didn't have a Florida Inland Navigation grant match for the $34,000 that we spent on the vegetation that we cut down. And quite frankly, no one is using this park. So what is going to be the proof that people are going to come to these 2 buildings, by the way, which are being built on sensitive environmental land that arguably shouldn't be touched because of the floodplain? By the way, I spent my life growing up in Long Creek. I actually have a tattoo of Long Creek map from Jasper Fernandez from 18 back in the days of that. So I am beyond familiar with Long Creek Park, and I see it currently. The day rate use is not there. You drive by, there's 3 or 4 cars, there's people walking their dogs. You can't even use the kayak launch there because, and no offense to the people who built it, they did a nice job building it. It's not their fault. Where they put the kayak launch has about this much standing water on high tide. You can't even launch a kayak in there. So I'm just asking the city, just because we get money in the form of grants doesn't mean that it's necessarily the best use, especially when we're short money in the budget already for 2024, as you have stated numerous times now in past meetings. I want to know where we are going to get the money in the long run to keep up for this, and if it is worth the money to put in and invest in the community. Thanks. Can I get an answer, by the way,
I appreciate your comments. So,
no problem.
So again, kind of going back to the previous question, we are looking at ways to, and looking at different software to try and figure out how many people do use the park on a daily basis. Yeah, that pretty much. We're continuing to look to see ways to really.
So you don't know. And that's fine. You can say
public comment. Stop.
Well,
good.
Again, other than having people go out there and do manual counting, we are trying to think of ways to see if we can track all of our park usage and our trail usage. We do also do some programs out there as well. We have the CHIRP program that utilizes that park. It's a children helping resources program that is run by the city. They go out there, they learn about the environment. We do some kayaking and some paddleboarding programs out there in the past as well. So, yeah.
I mean, to your point, when the community center, the existing community center was first planned, there was a great deal of resistance from the public about, how many do we need it? How many people are going to use it? And lo and behold, it does take time, but I can tell you now that on any given event day, there isn't enough parking to accommodate all the use. So I would beg that these projects do take time. In other words, just because we finished it on a Monday, it doesn't mean the public is aware and going to be starting to use it on Friday. These projects will grow with the community over time. And I think there was a wonderful comment made earlier in the evening about the Long Creek Preserve, which is, in addition to being a park, it's also a natural buffer which protects probably every one of our homes should we have a catastrophic event in the future. So it's certainly worth our investment to make sure that it keeps its status as a great barrier for that unthinkable day when we have a storm that is beyond, our ability to control. So
Also, Mr. Mayor,
yes.
since we have James here, our contribution to Waterfront Park, the gentleman mentioned, that came from our park impact fees. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
That is correct. So those fees can only be spent on
Added capacity.
Yes, in park and recreation. So it's not like we took them out of the budget and didn't build a road or something.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. And also, Mr. Hurst, I have to kind of support your department right now in this moment because we did the Plan Our Parks survey.
Yes.
And one of the things I distinctly remember you all telling us is that some of the big things that people wanted from this survey, from our residents, was more access to water.
Correct, yes.
And this provides that. And I also recall very clearly in the Plan Our Parks, a lot of people saying they wanted the splash pad back. So I think that both of the decisions to approve these projects tonight are a testament to our staff reaching out to our community and our city council listening.
And if I can build on that, I know my evidence is anecdotal, but I know our city manager gets out, walks it every weekend, so she'll be able to back me up. She goes there much earlier than I do. I go during the week, during lunchtimes, but Waterside Park is very heavily used, and oftentimes there are also parking limitations there, but I like to go out there, eat my lunch at the gazebo. I've seen people launch out the kayaks, and it's not the most frequently used thing yet, but that park itself is very heavily utilized. The walking trails, I mean, there's almost traffic jams on the walking trails from everybody walking, so I encourage everyone to go out there and check it out. It's one of the highlights of Palm Coast.
I appreciate that. So with that, thank you, James. If there are no other public comments at this time, I will return to the dais for final comments.
I'll make the motion.
So the Vice Mayor has made a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Councilwoman Pontieri has made a second. Is there any additional discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
The clerk has the count. Thank you. We now move on to next item, Councilor, if you would.
This is item number 10 on the agenda. It's a resolution regarding real-time flood forecasting, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving a work order with DRMP Inc. for engineering services for real-time flood forecasting and approval of a 3-year term maintenance and deployment agreement, authorizing the city manager or designee to negotiate, finalize, and execute any necessary documents, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Councilor. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and staff. I'm Carmelo Morales, Engineer, Stormwater Department, and with me tonight is Pete Singhoffen from Streamline Technologies. Also with me is engineering staff and the audience from DRMP, in case there are any questions rise. Just a very quick introduction. Pete's going to really drive the whole presentation because he's infinitely familiar with this software and project that we're trying to implement. Essentially, this is a tool that could be used by multiple staff and emergency response personnel to make smarter decisions during, emergency situations, hurricanes, floods, etc. But with that, I'll let Pete take over and give his presentation.
Thank you, Carmelo, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Again, my name is Pete Singhoffen. I'm with Streamline Technologies. We're a tech firm in the Central Florida area, in the Orlando area, and we specialize in stormwater management software, water resources software, and as a matter of fact, the entire Palm Coast drainage system is set up on our software. And so the tool I want to talk about this evening is we've taken it a step further. Basically, you'll set up a model, you'll calculate some flood levels, identify floodplains, and then it kind of sits on the shelf. And we're taking it off the shelf and then running it in real time. And that's what I would like to, let's see here. Yeah. So real-time flood forecasting, the two parts of that are real-time and then the forecasting part. Real-time is what's happening right now. So this system updates itself every hour and updates all the water levels throughout the entire canal system, lake system, and so forth. Also updates the soil moisture conditions every hour. It's continually updating itself. The forecasting part is what's going to happen a couple days from now. Can we predict that with a specificity down to the house level, street level, precisely where it's likely to flood in the next day, 2 days, 3 days down into the future. So there are three components. The first is the hydrologic and hydraulic engine. And as I said, the entire city is already set up using our software. It's called ICPR. This system calculates all the water levels and runoff and so forth. And that's kind of the heart of this that runs in the background 24/7, 365 days a year. The second component is the rainfall, the live rainfall data. And we use a gridded rainfall product that's put out basically by the National Weather Service. And it's down to 1 kilometer cells, so that would be spread across the entire city. And you might think of this as each of those little squares as a rain gauge, a digital rain gauge, where we're picking up new rainfall continuously. The real time is updated, like I said, every hour, and then the forecast can look ahead up to about 7 days or a week. And then the last part of it is the outward-facing dashboard system, and that's what Palm Coast staff would work with, is the dashboard system. So they don't have to really mess with the model at all. That's all done in the background on a server, on our server up in Huntsville, Alabama. They work with the dashboard, and they can get to that through any web browser on their phones, tablets, laptops. And we've got a real simple system set up. All those little dots represent locations on streets, critical infrastructure, houses. Red is bad, green is good. Okay, it's that simple on the dashboard. We can send out automated text message alerts, so you don't have to be watching it continuously. If something bad is going to happen in the next couple of days, a text message will go out to a watch list. Also, staff can, from the dashboard, do what-if scenarios. What if we get more rain than is forecasted? What if we get a little bit less? What if we turn this pump on earlier? How can we alter the outcome? So this kind of gets down to a very basic question. What if we could know 1 to 3 days in advance precisely where the flooding will occur and how long will it last? What could we do with that knowledge? And I have a couple of examples here. This is the Orla Vista neighborhood in Orange County, and we had the system running during Hurricane Ian, and all of those red dots there are houses. And our system forecasted that 3 days ahead of time, and they were able to issue an evacuation notice based on the forecast. And then Ian came, and it pretty much hit every one of those houses as we had predicted. They'll use this system going forward. They're putting in a new pump station, digging these lakes out a little bit deeper. They'll use our system to forecast and alter the operation of the pumps. So next time they'll be able to pump these lakes down deep enough to create enough storage and prevent the flooding. This is Rouse Road off the Little Econ River, also in Orange County. We could have predicted this 42 hours in advance, doing some testing after Hurricane Ian. There was, in addition to all the homes that flooded and cars that flooded, there was a master sanitary lift station there that flooded, a $4 million generator and instrumentation got wiped out during that flood. I asked the public utilities director if he had this knowledge a day and a half in advance, what would he have done? He said he could have put temporary flood walls around the lift station and protected it and saved $4 million. Another thing that happened are hundreds and hundreds of cars. I think with Hurricane Ian, they estimated 350,000 cars flooded across the state of Florida and into some other states. Here's an example of a couple apartment complexes also in Orange County with hundreds of cars underwater. It was high and dry about 2 blocks away, and we could have predicted this a day and a half in advance, got that notice out. They could have moved their cars. We could have told them where to move the cars and saved several $1 million. Orange County, by the way, has contracted with us to set up this system formally for the Little Econ River and Big Econ Rivers in Orange County. So the plan, the implementation plan, will take about 6 months to get this set up tested, calibrated, and after 6 months, it would become operational. And the plan is to run it for up to 3 years. And the system will be fully integrated with the coastal system. So it's not just rainfall, it also will pick up king tides, storm surge, rainfall-induced flooding, any type of water level data that is available through your canal system will be built into it. So 6 months to take it, get it set up. That would be, if we started soon, it would be ready by the next hurricane season. It should be up and running by next May. And then the operational phase starts after that. And that's it. Thank you.
So I do have a question. So Carmelo, help me with this so I get my history correct. So last year when we had our storms, the closest we ever came to in-house flooding was over in the Woodlands.
Mm-hmm.
And in the 22 and a half years prior to that, I'm not familiar with any in-house flooding. Is that correct?
Well, that storm also had significant road flooding in the Bird Paradise. I remember driving around also down in the Sesame, and there was at least 4 or 5 inches above the crown of the road.
But no in-house flooding?
Not that I can recall. Sometimes people don't volunteer that.
And I appreciate the data collection. What I'm struggling with is, I don't know, I'm not sure I understand what we would do with the data based on our history unless we're suddenly predicting a different 20 years forward than we have enjoyed the 20 years past. I also am a little bit resistant. I'd also like to hear, not now, but from the fire chief, because that would be an integral part of early warning systems and how all that works. So data collection, data is always good, but I'm not clear yet on how effectively or efficiently we could use the data here to protect life and limb.
Yeah,
my question, that's all.
Sure, yeah, it's totally a fine question. It's a good question. Just a little clarification on that EO one, and I think we were both present in this very room. That one actually ended up being closer to, I don't want to get too technical, but it was closer to a 25-year storm event than an actual 100-year storm event, right? So the model that we have now is rigid, right? It's kind of static. You input this storm event, right? X amount of inches within this period of time, and it spits out a number that says, these are going to be your peak stages. What this is going to be able to provide is not that rigid storm event, but what's actually coming, right? What NOAA is predicting. It's picking up live data from the NOAA weather system. And that data gets put into, so right, and it keeps getting updated, right? So I understand we're talking about the weatherman, right? But, that stuff is pretty sophisticated right now with all the satellites and things they have out there. So what that extra time provides is better response time, better resource allocation and staff allocation to areas that can, right? There are also storm events that are larger than 100-year storm event, right? What if what's coming is more than what we've designed for or are expecting? And it could come. I'm not trying to scare anyone, but that's the sort of stuff we're going. It's really a public safety. That's what this tool. It gives staff and emergency response personnel additional tools to be able to react and make smarter, data-driven decisions.
If I might also point out, in Orange County, Hurricane Ian was far greater than a 100-year storm, and that was the case in New Smyrna Beach, Volusia County. Fort Lauderdale last April had 26 inches of rain in like 6 or 8 hours. Escambia County has probably had 3 storm events greater than 15 inches in 24 hours, 3 times in half a dozen years. We're getting more and more extreme events, and the storm surge with Ian piled up on Fort Myers Beach and wipe that out, we would be able to detect those things as well. That would all be built into it, that combination of coastal surge and these extreme rainfall events.
Can I ask a question? Is the secret sauce here basically the Internet of Things devices that you put into this grid system so that you can tell how much moisture can be absorbed and the permeability of the soil mixed with how much rain we have anticipating coming? Because you're not doing any modeling of the actual rainfall that's coming in, because that's all from NOAA, right? But the secret sauce of what this offers is that you understand how much water can be absorbed currently by our landscape, where a model of the forecast that we get, I think, cannot. So that what you're saying is that we can, as just consumers of the world, we can listen to NOAA and how much rain we're going to get. But with this system, because you have actual integration into the soil that can adjust, or that can give us insight into the permeability of how much water can be absorbed, that you're going to be able to tell us ahead of time where likely flooding would occur with the estimates that are currently coming from NOAA. Because there's no way you would, there's no way that you would know more than NOAA, right? There's no additional hyper layer that you're putting on top of it that makes a superset of data, is there?
Those are all really good points. We do know more than NOAA, not so much with the rainfall, but we do with the detail in the drainage system, number one. And as you said, the soil moisture condition is important. If you get an 8-inch storm in May at the end of the dry season, that's a lot different than an 8-inch storm in September after everything is saturated. We're tracking that every hour, what that condition is when you get that combination of both the rainfall and also the coastal storm surge, that combination.
Do we have any equipment in our canals that could actually feed data into this currently?
You have, I believe, 13 gauges?
About 13 or 14, right. So that's currently SCADA that's existing in our canal system. And this would really improve that, right? It would take it from just having a static look at what the elevations of our canals are, which are, by the way, viewable on our website. The public can see it, staff can see it, everyone can see it. And so instead of just being a static elevation that we see, and some people may look at it and say, I don't know what that means. So instead, it'll relay that to this model and update the actual elevations through our canal systems.
Yeah, we're grabbing data from a lot of different sources and pulling them in to the system. We're currently able to pull in St. John's River Water Management District gauges, USGS gauges. We would add Palm Coast gauges to it. We can also pull in, as I said, the coastal end of it. And all of that gets factored into it in addition to the rainfall and evaporation and transpiration. All of that's built into this system.
Okay, so one more question. In your slide there where you showed Tampa Bay and you showed the area with the red dots, how saturated was the soil where all of the deep flooding occurred? Did it matter, is my question. Because if we have 4 feet of rainfall tomorrow, whether the ground is dry or saturated,
It matters for like this one. The one that I showed you before that, this is actually Cape Coral and Sanibel Island, and this is where Ian came over it. When Hurricane Ian came, it was a surge event rather than a rainfall event in this area. When Hurricane Irma came over the same area, it was not a surge event, it was a rainfall event. They had maybe 20 inches of rain with Hurricane Irma in this area. You don't know. You don't know which one it's going to be, but our system is monitoring for both of them, and also the combined effect of both of them.
So I have a question too. I might have missed this. How much will this cost us?
It was in the presentation.
Yeah, can you just give me that number?
I believe it's $250 now, and then $25 for each of the next 2 years.
Wait.
$322,000.
$322,000 for how long?
For 3 years.
For 3 years. So, well, I'm a little confused about just a couple things here. And I spent my life as a television news producer covering hurricanes. And you never know where they're going to go. Even at the last moment, they flip, they switch, you know, and other factors are involved. Katrina actually didn't do a direct hit to New Orleans, but did a lot of damage afterwards. Flooding and stuff, you know, things that didn't hold up the way they were supposed to. So I'm not quite sure what you could give us. I mean, if a Category 5 hits Flagler County, we're going to get a lot of water either way. So I'm not quite sure here exactly what you're providing. You're not going to tell me, you know, where the hurricane's going to hit, because you can't. No one can. There's a lot of different paths. You see the lines all the time. We used to send out 6, 7, 8 crews, camera crews and reporters, and all slowly converge in a 5 or 6 day period or longer to where the storm actually came ashore. So I'm just confused. What will you actually do for us?
We're not predicting hurricane tracks.
Right.
But the data that we use is from NOAA, and they're predicting the tracks, and they update it every 6 hours.
Right.
And so every 6 hours, we're updating ours based on their update. What I would say is those forecasts are getting better, but it's not just hurricanes. It could be king tides. It could be a nor'easter blowing, stacking up water in through St. Augustine Inlet and up into the Matanzas, which could then back up into your system. What our system will do is tell you that several days ahead of time. It will tell you which roads are going to flood and how long and how deep. If you have sanitary lift stations, it can predict which one of those will get flooded. And if you know that, then you can do something to protect them ahead of time. You can be proactive.
If the forecast is accurate.
That's always the question.
That is the question,
But
and the forecast could be wrong.
Yes, it can be wrong, and it will be from time to time. It will be wrong.
Yeah.
And what I can tell you is the tests we've run on these major storm systems, we've been pretty accurate on them.
Okay. I guess my concern is along the lines of yours, Mr. Mayor.
Let me try a different tactic just for a minute, because I understand. Carmel, have we discussed this or presented this to the county as well? In other words, I'm kind of thinking that a decision like this should almost be countywide, and there should perhaps be a collaborative effort between the city and the municipalities, because any of these events would affect everybody. And not only that, you know, if our folks had 3 days of advance notice, it's like it's going to affect the other municipalities in the unincorporated county as well. So what I'm going to suggest, and I don't know how my fellow city council members will feel about this, is that we would take the time to approach the county and find out what their appetite for this is. I don't know whether or not we'll approach the municipalities as well. The county would be significant. I would also, and I apologize, I did not take the time to speak to fire in advance of this presentation, because I'm also not clear on what the 3 days represents in terms of life-saving opportunities. And I think I'd like to understand that better. Those are just my thoughts.
And I agree with you, and I think you mentioned earlier, we've not really had this issue before here to that degree. And again, if there's a Cat 5 coming or a Cat 4, and it's, all the lines are merging on us, I think everyone's going to get out, and what happens. But I like the idea of discussing this with the county and the other municipalities. I know we have this little joint thing going on now. Perhaps, I know both you and the councilwoman.
Sounds so dirty when you say it like that.
And don't forget, I mentioned fire, but we've got this.
To that one, huh? But yeah, I know. All right. But I would like to get a consensus along the lines of what you're saying.
And also, not only fire, but I didn't mention the sheriff as well.
Right,
So,
right.
all of these factors. So
Should we
What I'm
delay
su-
this?
Well, what I'm suggesting is, and I would have to ask each one of you, is could we take some additional time to consider this? Because it's not, I mean, hindsight is everything, so God forbid that we had an issue that we could have helped ourselves. But I think I need to understand the reality just a bit better.
And maybe we can spread the cost?
Well, of course. I mean, that would be part of the initiative.
Yeah, if we go forward. I would be good with that.
Yeah, I definitely like the idea of approaching the county about this, because to be quite candid, I don't think we need this in the city. I mean, we have a couple hot spots that we know flood. I used to live in the W's, and my street flooded a lot, but to your point, Mayor, it never got into anybody's houses. Fortunately, a lot of our homes here are raised. So I just don't see, I mean, the pictures that we saw in the presentation are from Orlando, Orange County, Osceola County. My husband's a firefighter there. Osceola floods. It just does. I mean, it's crazy what happens over there during sometimes routine storms. So I think this is something that would be more beneficial for the beach side. And so I just don't think that we as a city need to spend money on something like this, from what I've seen, unless there is some type of grant money that this will open up for us. But I would need to know exactly what that grant money would be from a resiliency standpoint. So I definitely think this, at the very least, should be tabled, and maybe we do have a deeper discussion with first responders in the county.
I think that's very fair. And just to go back to clarify what I was saying, I agree with everything that was just said. The additional data collection from our soil is what makes this system give us the advanced notice. And that is, kind of critical to any type of forecasting system. When you have the more data, the better. But like I can look at my colleagues here, and I concur that these houses in Palm Coast generally not an issue. But I don't argue that maybe potentially there are assets that the city has that are potentially vulnerable with these things, whether it's like pep tanks or generators or things like that that could be indicative of, if there's a power outage, which way water would flow, and create situations like that. If it's for asset safety, that's another potential play here, potentially. But I'm with you guys. I don't really see something where our homes are being flooded right now. I'm not disagreeing that this would definitely give us better data into how water is going to flow, because we would understand the saturation levels of our soil. But I'm in agreement. That
And just to polish it off, I would ask city manager we have an awfully good relationship with Kevin Guthrie, and I wouldn't mind asking him for his opinion on, maybe we could be a model for this kind of a project, and maybe he would be supportive from a state level if he felt that we could, be that much safer. So if I could ask you to bring this back at a time, then you've had a chance to contact, so it'd really be fire, sheriff, and the Office of Emergency Management in Tallahassee. And just get their take. And I think there was a question about if there were grant money. Was that the question?
Well,
what it might
grant
represent?
Money, and because where would this come from now if we were just to foot this bill?
Go ahead, Carmela.
I think it's from the stormwater fund. I'm engineer and not finance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Full disclosure.
So
I just-
is that clear enough?
Yes,
okay.
and I would just add to make sure that we would court our county partners as well.
Right. Please, thank you.
If I might just add
Yes.
one more thing.
Sure.
The St. Johns River Water Management District has this implemented for the entire upper St. Johns Basin, and they are now pursuing funding for the middle basin. That would be like 2,600 square miles, 6 or 8 counties. I have asked them in the past, is there any appetite for cooperative funding with Palm Coast in particular? I asked them, among others, and they said they would be very interested in at least talking about it.
Let's get in the car and let's go talk to him.
Okay.
Yeah, I've tried that already. It didn't get much further than talks.
Well,
we could try again, though.
Yeah, I mean, don't give up. I mean, like I said, we're going to need some more time on this, but I appreciate all the effort that you've put in to get us this far in the presentation. I think you alerted us that this is available. It's something to consider as we look forward.
And not to interrupt you, but the reason, just very quick history why this even came up was that EOC that he and I saw each other, they point blank asked me, Carmelo, is any area going to flood? Can you tell us when and what time? And I said, listen, we don't have what the software I have for that is not going to give you a precise number at all. We could take a guess, an estimated guess.
Right.
But that's not the software we have. And then shortly after that, I ran into Mr. Singhoffen giving the presentation at a floodplain conference, and I said, that's exactly what would give us that answer. That would have gave me the perfect answer. So I pursued it a little further and brought it up.
And I appreciate the initiative, and we thank you. So it will get council's attention as we move forward. So appreciate that very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I
will.
Public comment.
Yes, I will open up this item for public comment at this time. If anyone would like to, yes.
Thank you for your agreement. I live here since 1991. Celia Puglisi, since 1991, living here. So I've been through so many hurricanes, and I live in 2 different areas of Palm Coast, in 3 different areas of Palm Coast, and our home was never flooded. Now, I did own a property in Daytona Beach, and yes, it's flood, A1A, everywhere. But here, we are lucky, or we are higher ground, and we don't have the problem of the flooding on the homes. Now, some streets get flooded, including the corner of Palm Coast Parkway where the community center is. But I think it's a problem of faulty drainage, which was addressed by the former Mr. Landon, the city manager. And when I questioned him, he said it was pretty expensive to resolve the issue of the flooding on the corner on Florida Park Drive and the Island Walk that always flood. But that's it.
All right, thank you for your comment. Anyone else want to make public comment at this time? Seeing no one come forward, so we'll move forward now, and we'll...
Mayor, we just need a motion to table the matter with the...
I'll make that motion to
I have a
table.
motion from the Vice Mayor to table it until City Manager
Gets everything together.
puts it back on the agenda for us. Yes, is there a second?
Yep, I got you.
I have a second from Councilman Clufus. So all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed?
The motion passes
Clerk has the count.
unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor. Now move to next resolution. Is that number 11, are we?
Yes, sir.
Oh, please.
Agenda item number 11 is a resolution regarding water quality monitoring program. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving a work order with England, Timms, and Miller, Inc. for engineering services for the water quality monitoring program, authorizing the city manager or designee to negotiate, finalize, and execute any necessary documents, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Good evening, Carmelo Morales, Stormwater Engineer Department. I also happen to manage his portion of the Stormwater Department, which is a water quality monitoring program. And just to clarify, when I say water quality, we're talking about water within our canals, not potable water or anything like that. That's not a utility related. It is canal and ditch and stormwater quality program. All right, so just a quick background on this. The City of Palm Coast currently is registered. This is a state requirement. And a Phase 2 municipal separate storm sewer system, or short for MS4, with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. We have certain requirements that we need to meet now, mostly as far as maintenance inspections of our system. There are some requirements that would eventually push this Phase 2 permit into a Phase 1 permit, which implies more requirements, specifically water testing, sampling, and that sort of nature, identifying water bodies that could be impaired, et cetera. Right now, by the way, I heard that after I did this presentation, we are already over 100,000, right? But we're still currently under the Phase 2 permit. So I understand that we don't get transitioned over until this elapses, and then when we get to renew the next permit phase, it goes into Phase 1. So some of the additional requirements, like I just mentioned, identifying major outfalls and pollutant loadings, right? That's all water quality stuff. Detecting, eliminating non-stormwater discharges to the system, reducing pollutants from runoff from industrial, commercial, residential areas, control stormwater discharges from new development and redeveloped areas, implement a monitoring assessment program. We're actually ahead of the curve in that. We started that already. And addressing total maximum daily loads, or TMLDs, for the regulated MS4s, which is us.
Carmelo, just real quick, the figure of 100,000, is that a census number, or is that a number that's available more sooner? Because the census is, 10 years.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard it from somebody at planning. I hate to say social media, nothing like that. But they're more in tune, right? I don't know if it was a census number, but it was a fairly.
I guess what I'm really asking is, how soon does our phase designation change?
Right now, we are on year number 3 of cycle 2 for this permit, right? It runs for 5 years, and that 5th year is where they start, I guess, negotiating, for lack of a better word, our next permit and what our requirements are going to be. So we have at least another year before year 3 is about to be up, and we'll have one more year, which we do an annual report for, and then we start negotiating that.
I don't need to know right now, but I would be interested to know where they're going to pull the population number from.
That's a very good question, yeah.
Only because if it's a census number,
Correct.
then they're not going to pull it for 9 more years. So I'm assuming they have a more frequent count, but I'd be curious just to know where that number comes from.
Yeah, and when we started this, probably 2 years ago, we started implementing this water quality program. We were probably about 96,000 back then, right? So we knew it was coming, and the growth was so rapid, we thought it was going to get here a lot quicker, frankly. So we started just preparing just to, be ready for when that stuff occurs. So like I mentioned, in 2020, the city stormwater department, we took that proactive approach, right? We began taking the steps in the implementation of the water quality monitoring program. The current strategy of the monitoring program considers right now, DEP regulatory requirements, historical low water quality data and associated trends, sources of risk for water quality, potential consequences of adverse water quality, and the integration of water quality monitoring into the city's canal and flooding network, right? So we had ETM back then. They did an analysis of our city, looking at where our water goes, where it discharges to, what zonings are associated that contribute to those waters, right? So if it's something that's industrial, you could see more potential, more risk of, illicit discharges and that sort of nature, commercial, right? Areas that have high fertilizing or stuff like that. So they mapped that out. We have that report, and now that was done. We received it in 21, and now we're just kind of following through and we're collecting data samples. We are studying. We're following through on what the recommendations were, and this is probably going to be the final stage before we make our next leap onto, we have all our data. We're going to receive a final report, and it's going to coincide with what happens with our permit with the MS4. Yeah, I kind of jumped the gun. The program timeline, I already mentioned a lot of that, right? So this is, we've had 3 iterations, right? So the first one was back in 2020, 105,000 that implemented the program. The second one kind of fell in between the cracks where we had not in the budgeting season, so we were able to do is just implement a water quality station, right? So it includes a sensor that collects quality data from that canal. That particular one was the R1 on Royal Palms. And then the last one, which they just wrapped up, was 112,000 for the Phase 2 water quality monitoring program, which brings us to today. This is the scope of the work that we're trying to get accomplished with this proposed 128,000 work order. Operation maintenance of several instrumentations at some of the weirs, right? This is some of the stuff that we followed through on their original recommendations, and we're just continuing to monitor that. This here is just an example of what their website, their hosting website looks like. You can see some of the water quality components, and they have to really zoom in to figure it out, but we're talking about the soluble oxygen, pH levels, temperatures, stages, stuff like that. The source of the funds for this, this is budgeted for FY24, coming from the Stormwater Engineering Department, professional services, and staff is recommending approval of the following. It's the continuation of the water monitoring implementation network in the amount of $128,613. Any questions?
So let me jump in before the Vice Mayor gets a chance. So,
Actually, I was just going to let you do this.
no, okay. So Carmela, help me with this. Yes. If we did not do this, first of all, are there statutory requirements that we do this monitoring? Tell me what the downside of not continuing the program is. What do our residents not get in value if we discontinued the program? Let's take worst case. If we just don't do it, what does that mean?
Well, you don't find out, right? So the water quality is...
As good as we could.
Exactly, right? So, there's always also the responsible element of everything, right? We'd like to know what's in our water.
Right.
How are we affecting downstream? Are we polluting, right? And so far, knock on wood, right, the sampling results are coming back fairly positive. We don't have any outrageous values, right, for whether they be metals or, some of those contaminants. It's coming out fine. So what could happen? Eventually the state will advance our permit. We will move to a phase 1, and then we'd have to start gathering data all over again, right? So we are already at a stage where we're very close to really getting I'm going to say a final water quality plan. So it would just delay the process and probably cost a little more to get all that stuff done later.
So we are approaching a deadline from which the state will mandate that we do this testing. Is that what I'm understanding?
Oh, yes. Yeah. And we already meet the population requirement. Again, as you said, not officially, right?
Yeah.
What's the official word? Is the census the only official one, or are there other?
So a delay in the program now would mean we'd have to play catch up, and you're forecasting it would end up costing us more.
Yeah.
Okay. Questions? I'm not sure I have the expertise to ask the right questions.
I'm not sure I do either.
And that's kind of where my question's going to go for my own edification. In layman's terms, what are the deliverables and what do we do with them?
Other than archiving them, so right now the deliverables are, hard laboratory results, right? We get samples, they get taken to the lab, they come back, they tell us, are there any bad metals or what nutrients and all those pollutant stuff, and what percentage are we on, and do we comply with what's normal or typical for that type of water quality. So we archive that, and this engineers, that's what we do. We study things, right? So you have to compile data. You can't just take 3 samples and say, well, there it is. That's the norm. So what we're trying to establish now is really what's the baseline? Where are we at? So when the state starts asking for these requirements, we can say, hey, listen, we've been testing here, here, and here for the past 3 years, right? If for some reason someone downstream of us, suddenly they see that there's pollutants entering them, we can say, hey, listen, these are our results that we've been studying for the last 3 years. That's not coming from us. And we can have hard data to show that.
So if we do have elevated levels of some type of pollutant, metal, something like that, I guess what I'm asking is, what are do we plan to take mitigation steps to rectify that problem? I mean, or are we just collecting data so that at some point, when it's required from the state or somebody downstream, we can say, oh, look, see, we're good? I mean, I guess I'm looking for the big picture of what we can actually do with this and how it helps us.
Right, so, and I'm not an expert as to what the percentages are, like what triggers that we have to do a remediation project, right? That we need to create some sort of, something to reduce nutrients or, but our consultants are, right? ETM has that knowledge. They're gonna, at the end of this year, they're gonna compile all the data that we've gathered from our sondes, from the sampling, and they're going to create this is our baseline, and compare that to what normal levels are within these typical water bodies, and provide suggestions or say, you may be fine, you don't need to do anything right now. These, the readings that we're getting, we're okay, but if there's something that is abnormal, they may provide some recommendations, hey, listen, you really need to do some sort of remediation to remove or lower nitrogen.
So in other words, this does have like an end game to where we are going to see exactly what was collected, exactly what it means, and whether or not there's mitigation that needs to be put in place.
Yeah, we're not collecting it to just put it up.
Just put up on a shelf.
Right.
All right,
No,
got it.
and someone will do some work with it. Yeah, we're going to get reports, yes.
Okay.
And just help me understand, so the water that we're testing is water that's used for what?
Stormwater canal water, right? So it discharges.
It's not drinking water.
No.
This is stormwater, this is, okay.
Right, so this is a runoff that comes from, people's yards that they have put pesticides and herbicides. It comes from roads where there's been gas spills and oil spills. It goes into the canals, right, and it eventually goes down
I understand.
to, natural systems, right?
I'm almost,
Swamps.
you're forcing me to ask the same question again. Have we also spoken to the county, because I assume that they are under the same potential requirements that we are, because if it's 100,000, then the county has already achieved that number.
I'm not sure if they have.
Oh, for sure they have.
Yeah.
At least according to the last census,
Well,
yes.
it would be, we're monitoring, the request is to monitor the city canals.
But what are the state requirements to change phases from 2 to 1?
Yeah, so the city of Palm Coast is its own permittee with the state
It doesn't
MS4.
matter with the county.
The county is actually
not permitted.
So
doing
despite
their
the
own
fact that
permit.
our waters they ignore the municipal boundaries, they don't care whether they're in the city or the county. City manager, can you help me with this a little bit? I'm probably off track, and I don't mean to take the conversation in a wrong direction, but I'm trying to grasp it.
Yeah, I'll try to give some insight because very familiar with this process, is that if you think of our watershed overall, right, that's in the county, drains one way, we drain another way, there are different aspects of who contributes how much. So if you look at possibly Flagler County in the rural areas, they have a different condition and they're accountable for different outcomes. And to Ms. Pontieri's point, with the mitigation requirements. I think what's important to this process is that we control our data and we have our trends of being accountable to our loads. So when it does come down to how much does Flagler Beach contribute to the intercoastal and those impaired waters, how much does Flagler County contribute, we have an ability to be accountable to what we do contribute. So on a permitting basis, yes, the city of Palm Coast has a standalone permit. And, their water bodies, let's just say Flagler County behaves differently. There's the St. Johns River, there's, different water bodies that are accountable to different factors.
So, for example, if I go up, I'm putting you on the spot here.
Sure.
If I go up to Sawmill Park, so that's within the city limits, but certainly you've got county waters crossing there. So how does that all?
So I know that area specifically.
Yep.
Palliser Creek is actually an outstanding Florida water, and they have, that system actually has different parameters than you would find in other freshwater systems. So I'll give you an example. Working with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, looking at impaired water bodies, there was a point where one of the constituents of the water was fecal coliforms. And what that means is there a rookery upstream? Or is there septic tanks contributing? And so we could possibly delineate the extent of where that contribution starts and possibly where it's, where the source is actually located.
So my last, go ahead.
And the only thing that I would just, and yeah, maybe I'm taking the thunder away from Carmelo tonight, but also some of this proactive measures helps us identify problems before they're problems, because ultimately the state can require a basin management action plan, and that requires capital improvements.
So this is defensive to some extent, but the other thing was, is there a general rating or ranking system that because we do this, we are perceived or looked at by the state as a higher end city, or a city that watches over itself more carefully? I mean, I believe that's the case here, right?
I would say that, and Carmelo, I'm going to ask you to follow up on this, but there's two opportunities for the city of Palm Coast. Of course, we're required to permit on our activities, and this is just one of those. It goes into reporting illicit discharge where it's a business or something to that regard.
Right.
But there's options that when we have these measures in place, before we're told we have to do something, we have an opportunity to work proactively with some of this action plan before we're required to actually put things into motion.
That's pretty accurate. I don't have anything to add there.
I hear this as a big kind of like CYA initiative, like cover your.
Yep.
But I think that it gives us an opportunity to be able to get ahead of things if they're, recognizable in the data that is abstracted out of this. I think it's reasonable at the expectations that are hopefully that we don't, but in case we get into a situation where there is something that's contributing negatively to our downstream estuaries, I would hate for future city councils to be in a position where we didn't have any defensible, stance on it, because I fear that in the future, if there's going to be pollution, someone's going to say, where did this come from? And at least this will give us a way to be able to kind of say, hey, we have our data samples, we know it didn't come from, upstream this far.
Or if it is currently, we could address it in ample time. Right?
Correct, yeah. So that's my takeaway on it. I kind of understand where we're coming from, and I think it gives us a position to be able to defend ourselves in the future, but also, at the end of the day, having high-quality, healthy water is great for Palm Coast and our healthy residents,
Well, and I think, aren't there future possibly plans to try to use our system to infuse our aquifer, so this could potentially help us there too? Yeah.
And I'm sorry, Councilwoman Hyder, a question?
No question.
So are we also exploring, so the governor has a resiliency monies, so I have to assume that we're attacking that budget for this kind of a project?
Well, I would say that it works in tandem
Okay.
with this program. And we have other projects, and we're really benefiting from the swale system that helps treat the water before it gets into our main water bodies. I would say we are constantly looking at opportunities. I know, Carmelo, we have the project in the northern part of the city that actually has a kind of a treatment train that helps reduce the contributions to the northern part of the city. So yes, with the green infrastructure approach, yes, sir.
So, and again, I also want to make sure that Tallahassee is well aware of the great pains that we're taking to make sure that we are ahead of any potential issues, that come around. So, okay. Other questions?
I have no questions.
Okay. I would open up this item for public comment at this time.
Celia Puglisi, living here since 1991. For the 33 years that I live in Palm Coast, always in saltwater canals, I can testify that when I moved here, for good 15 years or more, those canals the water looked green, bluish. You could see the fish. You could see even the jellyfish, which is transparent. And you could see all the fish, right? You could feel like putting your feet in your canal. Now, the water is from dark brown to black. You can see nothing in the main water canal, which is the country club canal, where my second home is now. And so I don't think this is going to help us in anything to bring back what it was before. Because I had complaints to the utility to our utility, to Mr. Flanagan. I spoke with him last year before, about the smell after they renovated the Island Walk shopping center, and I had to insist into that. And finally, they found out there was a crack on that place, on their holding tank for the sewer. That's the smell we smell in Florida Park Drive, you see? And so, is this going to resolve? Now, this is going to tell us, well, it's contamination here and there, but if we don't do anything in time, it's contaminating everything. I don't think it's, by the way, I couldn't hear how much is this and how much it will cost us per year. Did they say that? I need to know. I would like to know as a taxpayer how much this could cost us. And also, if there are any grants for this, which I think for what the federal government and state government do for coastal waters, we can get, then will be easier. But the city needs to be aware of the contamination that is created by some of these developments that are not properly renovated or built. And this, like I said, I had to call before. And I called the DEP, and they didn't care much. They did call the city or whatever, and they kind of got involved. But, I mean, things don't get resolved. No matter how many of these programs the city buys. In the past, not long ago, with the other administration, when we had COVID, right? It was decided, we paid a little fortune for a COVID testing, and Mr. Nick Klufas was, right, back then, for a COVID testing of our poops going into the city. And we never heard the results, but we pay a little fortune for that. Thank you.
And Carmela, just to clarify, the presentation that you just delivered is specifically regarding the freshwater canal system, correct?
Freshwater, not salty. Yes.
Got it, very good. Any other, yes, sir?
Peter Johnson again. I just had a question in regards to, has the city, and to him, would this address what the city is kind of lacking already in other municipalities? So during our heavy rain seasons here in Florida, a lot of the other municipalities, cities, county, local governments have bans on pesticides, the use of herbicides, the use of spraying. I live in the C section. I understand that this is a freshwater canal issue, but I see it all the time with our swale system, right? Trucks come in from one of the numerous companies that do pesticides or spraying in the town. They spray. There's now 10 inches, not 10 inches is an exaggeration, but there's a ton of rain after that, and then all that water washes off into our saltwater canal system. I can only assume that that's happening in the B section, in the R section, and all these other places with the freshwater canals. So with doing this water quality monitoring program, and Ms. Pontieri kind of alluded to the fact of like, we do this and then what's the end result? Is the city going to be prepared to put in these restrictions on using pesticides, using fertilizers during that specific period of time where we experience heavy rains for 4 months out of the year that could contribute directly to our quality of water?
I mean, Kamal, I think the question is basically,
Yeah.
I mean, what it does is it indicates that there's a problem. Then
Right.
No, I'm asking.
I know what you're asking.
Right, yeah.
And it would be up to city council to decide to act on it. But first you'd have to identify the problem.
Sure,
which is what this does.
Is this what this is going to lead to, though, the possibility of implementing?
Well, it would lead to identifying the fact that there is a problem. At which time city council will then consider perhaps a solution.
Solution, okay, fair enough.
Right, and that'll be part of what the consultants provide, right? Do we have an issue? What are the potential ways that you can address it? Are there any grants that can help you obtain that, right? That sort of detail the consultant would be helping out. And just to clarify upon on what he was talking about, our sampling, actually we do 2 sampling occurrences, right? We do one immediately after a rain event, and we do dry sampling, right? That creates a distinct distinction. You have that extra runoff when you test just after a rain event. So normally you see higher concentration of whatever the added nutrients or pollutants, where in the drier event you see those lesser ones, right? So that points us in the direction that he's talking about. So our consultants are looking at that sort of stuff too.
And to the public's comment, I certainly would be in favor of knowing if, in fact, the chemicals or whatever it is that are in the runoff that goes into these canals could be identified, and in fact, we could, remedy that somehow in the future. So I think there's value there because, there's no doubt about it that stuff is running into those canals. So I get that. So
one of our
any other
collection.
Public comment at this time on this item? let's come back then for final discussion by City Council.
I have nothing.
I just have one
Yeah,
question.
go ahead.
I just have one question to address Celia's question. The price that we see here of $128,000, that's a one-time cost, right? That's not a recurring yearly cost?
That's the one just for this year, right?
Okay.
It's for specific scope worked out for this year.
Perfect. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
No questions, Councilman? All right, then, I'll
make the motion.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Pontieri. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion
Mr.
passes
Clerk, have the
unanimously.
count. Thank you. Councilor, if you would move to our next item, which is number
12.
Number 12.
This is agenda item number 12, a resolution regarding the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, authorizing the city manager to sign Hazard Mitigation Grant Program assistance applications as requested by the State of Florida Division of Emergency Management, providing authorization to execute, providing for future amendments, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. Maven Rogers, Chief Sustainability and Resiliency Officer. Today, we are here to discuss a potential funding opportunity that will allow the City of Palm Coast to fund and expedite various capital projects to prevent energy outages, increase employee safety, and mitigate flood impacts through FEMA's Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, which is distributed through FDEM, the Florida Department of Emergency Management. This presentation today will probably look very familiar to you, as I had presented to the council previously on this funding opportunity under Hurricane Ian. This is different. This will be the same funding opportunity, but under Hurricane Nicole funds. So last month, the city submitted an HMGP application for roughly $6 million in funds under Hurricane Ian. For Hurricane Nicole, Flagler County has been allocated roughly $2.4 million from the state. To note, there are multiple projects from other jurisdictions across the county that apply for this funding, so this allocation does not guarantee Palm Coast funds. This opportunity has a specific focus on mitigation. Projects must meet a certain set of criteria and focus on prevention and how to break cycles of disaster, damage, reconstruction, and/or repetitive loss. It's estimated by FEMA for every $1 spent on these types of projects, $6 is saved in future costs. We will be going over the next few slides of the different projects that we will apply for. Total amount is roughly $4.9 million. Florida Department of Emergency Management will be requesting $3.5 million, and our Palm Coast share is roughly 25% and be roughly around $1.2, $1.3 million, which has been all allocated through the capital budgets.
Sorry, can I just stop you really quickly?
Yeah.
I know it's not a workshop, but you just spoke really quickly through the finances of it.
Oh, yeah.
So is the max amount, because there's no amount that's listed here that we would be authorizing city manager to approve, the maximum amount would be the 1.2 to 1.3 million that would come out of our capital funds project? Can you just clarify that?
Yes, well, so there's different projects, and I can go through that. So some are utilities. So utilities already have some of these projects budgeted out. So these are already projects that are in our budgets that this grant program will provide 75% of funding for.
Got it.
So these are already woven into the budgets.
But the max would be what?
The max of Palm Coast share?
Correct.
Well, the max would be roughly 1.2 million.
Okay. And it's already been budgeted for?
And it's already been budgeted.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to stop you.
No, and you're completely fine. And just to note here, we're allocated $2.4 million of funding. There's different tiers of funding involved into this grant opportunity. There's tier 1 and tier 2. Tier 1, we're going to be guaranteed a $2.4 million, and it could go to other cities, it could go to the county, however that works. And then FEMA, FDEM, accesses tier 2 funding. So we over-apply in hopes that we can get some of that tier 2 funding. So that's why you might see a little bit of strange numbers based on what we actually have allocated.
Got it, thank you.
You're welcome. And so for our first project that we will be applying for, this is our PEP panel replacement. For the first project on the list, this was identified by the LMS as the most pressing. would be the city's PEP panel replacements. Under Hurricane Ian, we submitted an application for 3,000 PEP panels for this project. For Hurricane Nicole, this would add an extra 500 panels for these PEP panel replacements. The reason for this disparity is including multiple factors such as the funding available, so the 25% match needed and staff capacity. In total, the City of Palm Coast is aiming to complete 12,000 PEP panel upgrades. If awarded through Ian and Nicole, applications the city will be able to accomplish is roughly a quarter of the city's overall goals.
So can you just define what a PEP panel is used for?
Yes, absolutely. The PEP panel is actually the electric panel that's attached to a residential home that has a PEP tank at home. And right now, these PEP panels are roughly anywhere from 30 years old. And what is happening is during extreme weather events, if you have a power outage, there's no way to hook up a generator to these PEP panels, which is requiring Palm Coast employees to go out after extreme weather events and actually rewire some of these PEP panels, which is a huge, which can be a risk. And also there are new PEP panels coming out where, not only do they plug in for a generator, but you can actually push a button and draw the water levels down before a storm.
I just want to tie that back to our successful ask of Kevin Guthrie again, Department of Emergency Services, for all those generators he made available to us, which we didn't have an easy way to connect to use in an emergency situation to help our residents. This way you can use those mobile generators if we have a catastrophic event and go up and down the streets and help them out. So good, okay. I just want to make sure that ties together.
Okay, great. No, thank you for that. So our second project is our well-filled generator sites. Under Hurricane Ian, the city submitted 4 generators. This will add on to that original application, adding an additional 4 generators, tackling 8 out of the 13 needed. This, again, why we did not go for all 13 is a 25% match. So we are reapplying for the stormwater conveyance project. This was also applied for under Ian. This scored lower under Ian than it's scoring under Nicole. It's actually scoring higher in the top 3 project list that the county has voted should be funded. So we want to apply for it again, so that you're just seeing the same project that you saw last time.
Which would, just for everybody's, Woodlands, that would help the Woodlands, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And so for next steps, all of the grant applications, which would be a total of 3, are due on October 20th. The grant announcement is to be determined and could take up to 6 to 12 months, with 3 years to spend up the funding. And to wrap items up today, why I'm here is we are asking council to sign a resolution that would allow the city manager to sign off on the application as requested by the State of Florida Division of Emergency Management to pursue funding for the stormwater conveyance project, PEP panel replacement, and the well-filled generators. Do we have any questions?
Councilman Clufus, do you have any questions?
No, I remember all these events like it was yesterday, but anytime that we can keep anyone's PEP situation under control, I absolutely support that.
No questions.
No questions.
The question I want to ask, is there ever any way out of the PEP system in the future? And I'm afraid the answer is no.
Well,
is that correct? Yeah, I know.
But buy a house on my street.
No, I mean, no, for our friends and neighbors, it's just, there's no hope that we're ever going to extract ourselves from the PEP system. Is that correct?
Well, I have been in conversations with FDEP to see if they would fund a study. I think it would be really great to have a study to see whether or not what that would look like.
And the reason for my question is, so this kind of stuff we have to suffer through. I mean, there's just no way around it. It's we're going to be living with this system, for the foreseeable future. So
I would favor that type of study, though, for sure.
Absolutely.
And currently, we have 24,000 homes on PEP tanks.
Right.
Yeah.
And how many PEP tank manufacturers are left? That's the thing that really concerns me. There are very few and far between.
Well, I was told the city of Palm Coast is the largest
buyer.
Yeah, I don't like to be number one in that category.
Not something to brag about.
Okay. All right, with that, I would open up this item to the public. Is there anyone that would, yes, sir?
Good evening, George Mayo. Just a quick question. I believe on the first screen that she showed, the project cost was $4.9 million. And there's either one too many zeros or the comma's in the wrong place, because it could look like $49 million. I don't know if it has to go into the paperwork, but that might want to be changed if you look at it.
George, thank you for your,
what's an extra
for your
comment
evil
to
eye.
the
We
zero?
appreciate that. Okay,
George.
one more public comment, yes?
Actually, Celia Puglisi again. What I am asking is this. I know pep tanks are in Matanzas Woods area and in the western part of our city. Now, I do have a question. We, out of the city enterprise, whatever, I think, I hope it was a grant, because it should be a grant for sewers. But I know that we spent $22 million on the North Sewer Plant located in Palm Coast, correct? That we spent $22 million into a sewer treatment plant not long ago, right?
I don't know the number, but go ahead.
Yeah. So that sewer plant in North Palm Coast isn't going to replace the PEP system tanks around that area too?
City manager, who do you want to answer that? That's, the answer, the quick answer is no.
Right. I think Mr. Flanagan's working his way up to be able to provide some final thoughts after public comment.
Who that plant serves?
There we go. I knew I'd get you up here sooner or later.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, citizens. Steve Flanagan, your Utilities Director, for the record. We are currently in process of expanding wastewater treatment plant 2 in what I think Cecilia is talking about, the northwestern portion of the city limits. That expansion is for a 2 million gallon a day expansion. The rough cost of that expansion is $25 million. That is only an on-site work. It has nothing to do with replacing any PEP tanks or doing anything to convert our PEP tank system over to any other type of system. There are other systems out there. Matter of fact, we have one that we have limited use on the beach side, which is what's called an E1 system. There's only about 8 homes over there on the beach side that have this E1 system, which is basically a smaller tank with a smaller pump that pumps into a pressurized system. Similar to a PEP tank, only it's much smaller of a tank holding facility. So instead of like a PEP tank giving you a 1-day use if you lose power, that facility would virtually give you no time.
Okay. But for the public comment, the additional capacity is to increase our entire system. It doesn't, it's not specific and doesn't change the PEP tank system locations in any way.
That's correct, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, if there are no further comments from the public, I'll come back to the dais.
I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Any other discussion, questions? Okay, I have a motion from the Vice Mayor to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a second from Councilperson Pontieri. Without any additional discussion, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion
Let me
passes
count.
unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor?
Yes, this is agenda item number 13, amending resolution 2010-12, special event fee schedule. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, amending resolution 2010-12 relating to the City of Palm Coast special events fee schedule, providing for severability, conflicts, implementing actions, and an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are here representing the City Special Event Review Team again. We did come to you a few weeks ago with the special event fee structure. Similar to the ordinance, it's been 13 years since the fees have been established. We recommended some changes. We do have the same PowerPoint available if you were wanting to revisit any of the slides, but we did have a few items that you had requested from us that we are prepared to follow up on tonight. The first of which was you asked us to follow up with groups and find out if there were special events that are recurring and use the CERT services and pay for them, would they be willing to come back and use those services again with those increased fees? We ended up reaching out to 8 groups that we looked at over the last year that have used services, 6 of which we received responses for. They were all in favor of the increases. They more than understood, the reason behind it. And then the 2 responses, the 2 other groups we didn't get responses from them. We followed up several times, but the 6 did say yes.
What were the 2 other groups, just out of curiosity?
The 2 other groups were the Flagler Pride Festival and Cruisin' for Paws with Smart of Flagler County.
So to the best of your knowledge, we haven't pushed anybody over the edge and locked them out of participating?
Doesn't appear to be that way.
Doesn't appear that way, okay.
And then the other item you asked for follow-up on was an overall look at our revenue versus expenditures for external groups that we are providing services for. So again, we looked at those groups and the ones that actually paid for services through CERT and took a look at those numbers, and Jared has that available.
Yes, so the last fiscal year, with services we provided for special events, we brought in $2,639. However, factoring in the cost of the overtime of the staff that's actually working there, and it's an average cost, so it's the difference between the starting pay of a lead to the lowest paid employee and taking that average, and the cost of equipment, if you were to rent it from local places, what that cost would be. The actual cost to us was $18,056. So it brought us a cost recovery of only 15% through the last fiscal year.
And the follow-up question to that is, how will this help that percentage? Did you all look at that, the increased fees?
Yes, so if we go through the proposed fees that we're asking for, it would bring us to roughly $10,245. So if you took those events that we did, updated those fees with what we have now, it would bring us up to closer to 51%.
Okay, thank you.
Half full, not half empty. It's a good improvement.
There you go.
So, based on the concept, it's not a business model, it's cost recovery, and this is one of the things that the city does to provide a part of that quality of life. That's something that we kind of do. So, it sounds reasonable. Anybody, other questions?
I think it's a great job of renovating, our fee structures and being able to have that kind of recovery, 50%, like you're saying. There's a cost to having a, quality life here.
And I appreciate the sensitivity, City Council's sensitivity and your work with those that will use the services out there, the residents. I do appreciate that very, very much. So I would ask the public if anyone would like to comment on this item at this time. Seeing no one come forward, I'll close the public comment, and if there's no further discussion, I would ask for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
The Vice Mayor has made a motion to approve.
I'll second.
And I have a second from Councilwoman Pontieri. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
The clerk has the count. Thank you.
Thank you guys for being accountable to this stuff that we asked for too. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we now move to item J on this evening's agenda, which is final public participation. I would invite any.
Mayor, the consent agenda. We're on item I.
I'm sorry, geez, I missed the whole thing. Item I is the consent agenda. So I will first ask, are there any items within the consent agenda that...
I don't want to yank anything, but I just want to make sure we have a consensus that we agree to on item number 14, that 6-month trial period once these cards get on, and then we will get a report back as to how we're doing and how we're not doing.
Councilwoman?
As long as we're good with that, I'm good.
We're looking for a consensus on the 6-month trial on the first item. on
Which
the
we had
consent
had
agenda.
before.
Yeah, I think you gave consensus and direction.
Yeah, I just want to make
staff on
sure we're
this
still,
item.
So
nothing
you
got
have,
dropped.
you have complete consensus on that item?
Great, all right, I have
So
nothing.
are
then.
there any other comments on consent items?
Just on 14 again, too. So I know this is only for the charger here at City Hall, right? So in the case that we look at this in 6 months and we're good with it, my question is, for every charger in the future that we have on city property, can we implement this so that we don't have to do this every time?
Well, we'd have to first decide that we're going to have chargers on city property.
Well, I think there's some already slated for the Southern Rec Center, right? Or am I wrong on that? I could be wrong. I thought there were.
Yes, I do believe Carl's going to come up and clarify, but yes, we are looking at charging stations at Southern Rec Center from a mobility network
And then
standpoint.
I had a question, too, about the ones at Waterfront Park. Who owns those?
Those are not city stations.
Okay.
Yeah, the city will have a charger at the Southern Rec Center, and that is covered under this resolution, so we'll cover any EV charger the fee will be implemented.
Did we vote for that?
It was part of the project construction. It was one of the requirements as part of the LEED certification on the building.
Oh, okay, all right, now I understand.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense. That's fine with me, what you're suggesting.
Yeah, I would just suggest that we broaden this. I mean, there's no point in bringing it up every single time. So if it already encompasses, like you were saying,
Yeah, the
Carl,
resolution
everything-
was stated that way.
Okay, perfect.
But I guess if we run into an issue where 6 months from now we're not happy with this, how would that apply
And I
then?
think that it would revoke what we're doing here on all other city chargers, then we'd have to readdress the other, what we're doing.
As long
to
as
other
we're on
cities.
board with that.
Have to talk about it again.
Yeah.
I think that if you want to do that, I'll make a slight suggestion, the motion maker, we can pull this item from the consent agenda, and then when you motion to approve, just say with the amendment that you remove the charge point reference, because then it just is to EV chargers that are owned
Right.
by the city.
Yeah.
So that would be
Do we
my
know that we-
suggestion.
So I just hate to be a pain in the butt, but do we know that we have the capabilities to do this stuff with the mobility network chargers? I'm sorry, do we know if we have the ability to implement this in the mobility chargers? Because the ones that we're talking about here are charge point, and I'm not trying to be a problem child at all. I don't know whether the capabilities exist to do what we're implementing here on those alternate manufactured electrical chargers.
Yeah, any charger we would specify, we would make sure that we were able to charge and collect those fees on
So,
them.
Vice Mayor, do you want to make a motion to withdraw,
Pull it from the
to
consent
pull
agenda.
that item, and we'll handle that in just a minute?
Sure, I'll make a motion
So-
to pull that from there.
Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a second from Councilwoman Pontieri. All in favor? Have I set this out to the public yet or not?
Just all in favor of pulling it from the consent agenda, just a vote on that.
So let's, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
Okay, so now it's off the consent agenda, and
So
you
let's
can
go
do one
back
of
to-
two things,
so-
approve the consent, and then come back to this, or
Right.
do this now and go
So
to
let's
consent.
go back to the consent agenda now. Is there any other discussion regarding items on the consent agenda?
I have none.
Seeing none here, I will open up the consent agenda for the public comment. The items excluding number 14.
Okay. Celia Puglisi, are you going to bring it back so
Yes.
public can?
Yes.
Okay. I have a questioning on item 15, which, because I live here for many years, and I know we need the jobs, and I love when our taxes create jobs, Mr. Mayor. We, the city, and the county as well, we need to use the taxpayers' monies and give the example that we speak all the time, that we need jobs, and these jobs are supposed to be created with our taxes. The jobs created with our taxes, especially for the lower tier people, those beginners, or the ones that do the labor for our services, first of all. I don't agree with management much, because they have six-figure space. But for those people, we need the jobs openings, because they have a decent hourly pay by my taxes, and they have benefits, which they need, and medical. Now, because of that, I totally oppose this item 15 resolution, which is approving master service agreement with multiple firms for landscape maintenance services. Why are we doing this? Don't we do have a public service that has been serving us since we incorporated? You know why I voted for incorporation? And I went and lobby for it, because when ITT left us with a beautiful landscaping maintenance in all our streets, roads, parks, under the county, those services were a disaster. We live with overgrown Palm Coast Parkway, weeds everywhere, garbage not picked up, and that's what I voted for incorporation. And when we incorporated, there was created the Public Works Department in this city, and immediately we got the glory of Palm Coast, because we became the city of Palm Coast, and we got the all glory of ITT in our services. Why do anyone, and if it's our city manager, I totally oppose that. Where do they come up with this idea of multiple firms for landscape maintenance services? When our clubhouse or any road I see is not maintained well, because sometimes they don't even have enough personnel probably in public works, but we have this increasing millionaire a year, high management positions, 6-figure salaries with benefits, but we don't have the people that serve us, sir. If I understand, Ms. Ponchieri wanted to help us with the budget, but this is the wrong cut. If they're doing this for a cut, for us, this is the wrong cut. They need to cut above. We have too many chiefs with 6 figures here and very few Indians to do the work. We need to create jobs here, and we do not need to outsource our work. We love our work the way it's done in our city, in our streets, in our parks, and we don't need to be dealing with ourselves.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Are there any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time?
The consent agenda.
On the consent agenda? No, seeing none. Let me come back to the dais. Can I get a quick explanation on the rationale behind the outsourcing?
Yes, Mayor. So this is specifically to the utility facilities that we have, and you're talking the water tower, you're talking utility offices. This does not affect our landscaping or our medians or any of those other factors. This is strictly utility facilities.
So is this specialized work that is only done on a non-routine scheduled basis or non-scheduled
Well, I'll put it this way.
help me understand why we're outsourcing and not doing it in-house.
Well, because technically the bottom line works better for the outcome.
Okay, so it's a budget concern.
Yes, and some of these facilities are not easily accessible as well.
Okay. So is it an equipment issue as well for the city? In other words, since we don't do these projects often, we don't have the equipment to access, like when we talk about the water tower, or?
No, I don't think it's
So
at
it's just
that level, no, sir.
it's good governance in terms of the taxpayers' dollars.
Correct.
Okay.
I would also say it's probably a bandwidth issue too. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but our public works does a lot. So, and especially as we're growing too, I mean, public works does so many projects that people don't realize. And this is a local company that we've chosen too. So we're giving, we're helping private enterprise in our own community. So I think that overall I understand the concern because our public works does such a good job at maintaining our community, but they are way overworked, in my opinion, at the granular level. And this is a company that's right here in our community that does good work as well, so.
All right, without any other questions. So I have a motion from the vice mayor to approve. Is there a second?
Second, the consent agenda? Yes,
For the
I'll second.
consent agenda, yes, I'm sorry. We have a motion from the vice mayor to approve the consent agenda, sans item 14, and I have a second from Councilwoman Pontieri. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
The motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Now we'll come back to the former consent item number 14, and I'm going to need a motion.
I'll make a motion to.
Oh, wait, we need public comment on 14.
Oh,
Before the motion?
yes.
Yes, that would be perfect.
So I'll open up item number 14 for public comment.
I don't know, Celia Puglisi, I don't know if I missed a meeting on this item, Mr. Mayor. Could be that I missed a meeting. We never knew, for all these years since it was installed, this EV station here, how much we were paying every month, the taxpayers, for free charges. First of all, can we get that information? Because I know our manager knows very well how much we paid for the free services on the EV stations, right? So we don't know. The only thing I am asking here, I would like to know that amount, because we are curtailing so many other things, right? But we're giving free EV charge on the stations. So the one thing that I would like to know is that whatever decision is being made on this, that whatever fee is charged is paid off for the residents, not to have to subsidize this.
I'll refer you to staff, because we did go over the numbers in a prior meeting, and I think they can give you the numbers that you're looking for.
It was during a workshop, if we could just get the date of that workshop.
So staff will get with you and share those numbers.
Who is the staff that
It would be Maven. It doesn't, yeah. Okay. If there are no other public comments on item number 14, I will come back to the dais for any final discussion. Seeing none, I would ask for a motion.
Make a motion.
I have a motion from Councilman.
Sorry, I thought I was going to second your motion, sorry.
So I'll make a motion to to accept the motion, but include all EV chargers that are installed on city property, and ensuring that we are going to look at the numbers in 6 months.
So I have an amended motion for approval. Does the clerk have the amended motion?
I'll second it.
So I believe the motion is just to remove the reference to the charge point.
Correct.
And make it,
reference.
inclusive of all EV chargers on city property, correct.
And a second from Vice Mayor Danko. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now we move on to final public participation. Are there any members of the public that would like to address City Council at this time? Yes, sir.
Good evening, George Mayo. It's running so late, I'm missing the ball game, so let's get on with it. I want to thank Ms. Hyder tonight for her approval of saying she hears the residents concerning housing, et cetera. I think that's a good idea. In reference back to the September 5th meeting, when there was the ordinance for Belterre Estates master plan, and the developer's agreement was, I'll just take away some green space, but didn't decrease the number of housing. And then the Marina Village master plan, where the developer said, I'm not going to put in commercial space and I'll just add more housing. And I want to thank Ms. Pontieri for her speaking about that. I'm full agreement with your ideas. I know we have the Burt Harris Act and the Senate Bill 250 that limits government from stopping developers from using their private land. But sometimes, I've been here many years, and there's always approvals. Sometimes we have to act as the adults, and sometimes for these developers, just say no, just like parents. We can have our development and take care of it, but sometimes they just ask too much, I think. They come in here knowing that their development may hold X amount of houses. Well, we'd like to put in townhouses and add this. And the one thing that always comes into is workforce housing. We have no real meaning of what workforce housing. Mr. Mayor, I believe you said the mean housing price in Palm Coast is over $400,000. So does the developers say, well, workforce housing?
I did not, just to correct you. It was $369, but go ahead.
Okay. That the developer says, well, maybe workforce housing. So what does that mean to them? A house for $299? I brought this up in years past about tiny houses. I brought this up in the meeting yesterday with the county commissioners meeting, and they said they believe that Tallahassee has approved a bill looking at changing light industrial property into for tiny houses. I have recommended before that the city, if we have any city property, talk to developers. We can't force developers to do something they don't want. Put in tiny houses. You know, We could ask developers, reduce the impact fees, give them tax breaks. They will not make as much money on tiny houses as they will a larger house. But somebody who's working at McDonald's, they're small places, they can't afford that. There are many people who would gladly live in tiny houses, and I think if we had the right property, that we could ask developers to do that, give them incentives to do that. Just one more quick thing. I know we have all these proclamations, and it's very good. Everybody stands up here for a photo op, and I think that's great work that you do. But sometimes our city manager has to implement these things. And so for further photo ops, maybe if it's something that she has something to do with, please ask her to enter the picture.
Thank you for your
and let
comments.
her take contribution for it.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Any other comments from the public at this time? Seeing none, I will come back to the dais and I will offer City Council a chance for closing comments today.
So I've got three quick things. I promise you the third one will be fun. Nice. Okay.
Which means the first
First,
two
I
are
wanted to
okay.
ask our city manager, when can we expect the sign ordinance we've been waiting for to come for council? I've had people asking me about it.
Sure. We're currently targeted for November 14th workshop to have that come to City Council. We are working through some stakeholder groups and workshops through PODRB as well, but that's what we have currently targeted.
And I just wanted to make sure I understood, the councilwoman, you gave a medium home price of $360,000?
That's what they're selling for, yes.
And where did you get that number from?
I specifically got all of my numbers from Rocket Mortgage, which is actually a very reliable source because that's what a lot of realtors use. But the statewide is $400,000. In Palm Coast, they're selling for a median of $360,000.
Okay, FCAR is showing from 2022 to 2023 a median price of $449
Well,
from FCAR. And so that I know different places give different numbers and stuff. But I just wanted to make you aware of FCAR.
The only caution I would offer is if
that
we're
average or
talking
median?
average versus median.
Right, yeah.
So there's going to be a
And that's why I'm asking
there's a
what's the-
major difference because we have a significant number of $1 million plus homes which are going to drag the average or the median differently. So it's more about the definition.
It's the
So,
median, yeah. That's the difference.
Not the average.
Correct.
I just wanted to clarify that. And the third thing, which I'm going to need you all to join in with me, is to sing happy birthday to the birthday girl down there. You didn't think you were going to get away with this, did you?
You don't need to do that.
So if you guys already, I know Denise here is going to lead us in this happy birthday song. So
Happy birthday
Day to you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear
Councilwoman.
Kathy. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you for planning the event, which I know you've had to postpone, is upcoming. We all look forward to how much that means to the community. So thank you very much for that.
I have nothing else.
Councilwoman Pontieri.
Hard to follow that up. Thank you. And happy birthday, Kathy.
Thank you.
We have some really cool events going on this weekend for the public. We've got the Creekside Festivals this weekend, and I think, is the chili cook-off right after the noon opening ceremony, like right around 1 o'clock or so?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, I don't know the schedule.
No?
to the
Okay,
tune.
well, check it out. Chili cook-off's always fun. And then we've got Pink on Parade, 5K, and Pet Walk on Sunday, so definitely go out there and support Advent Health and breast cancer awareness. And then also, a little-known event that's really cool, the 2K Ranch has their fall festival this weekend in Bunnell, starting at 11, so a lot of really cool community events to go take part in. That's all I have.
Thank you for that. Councilwoman Hyder.
Yes, I'd just like to make a mention, because there was so much talking about flooding over the past week and flooding that went on here. And I did get a call from a constituent, which was very concerned that she made several calls trying to get through to the city because she was having backup in her house and the pep tank, and she was unable to get through to anyone. So I think that we need to find a better way to.
She got through to me.
Did she get through to you?
She got through to me too.
Is she here?
Amen.
Because I wanted to personally thank Mayor Alphen for constantly contacting me Saturday and Sunday, but I didn't think it was appropriate until the end.
Oh, Lord.
And so here I am, exhausted.
Well, thank you for waiting.
But I
We appreciate your attendance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's city council's job to take care.
So, I think I have a better relationship with Mr. Flanagan and the other young lady. We've got a thing going on. With Cynthia, then I'm, got a thing going on.
Very good. Ms. Hawkins, thank you very much. We appreciate your
right.
patience tonight.
That's
Our
good
pleasure.
news.
Our
Good
pleasure.
news.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
So I just had one question. Councilman Pontieri, earlier you said the 14,000 homes we approved. Was that, did that include original entitlements or was that total numbers?
So the numbers are from October 1st of 2022 to October 1st this year. Of those, and I can get, actually I have it here. The exact breakdown was 13,361, 9,223 were from developments that in some form or fashion got rezoned, but your straight zoning numbers were 4,138.
Gotcha. Because the 14,000 number is a little bigger, but I'm with you. The second thing I have is just also, I will be seeing at the Pink Army 5K, and I just want to say thank you to staff for sticking around for so long, and also the public. That was amazing. That's a great ending to the meeting, but besides that, I'm all good.
Good. City Attorney.
I have nothing.
City Manager, how would you like to kick us out tonight?
Have nothing.
Very good. So with
I
that,
will make that motion.
I have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Yes.
We are adjourned. Thank you all.
Nice. McDonald closes at 11.